that we have a free, fair and a peaceful election. And certainly, Pakwesi, the parties are up to something. I know that Afafranto, they're currently in the Ashanti regional capital of Kumasi, but it is in the capital Accra that a lot of sirens are buzzing.
That's where all the action is tonight, Roland. Of course, you know the NPP and the NDC are holding their final rallies today within the same precinct, you know, and there's going to be a lot of traffic. That's why the police are there to ensure there's law and order. But there's a lot of anticipation ahead of the elections on Saturday. Both parties have gone out to campaign. There's a lot of certainty about the fact that a lot of people are going to go out there and cast their ballots. We do not know who's going to win the elections come December 7th, but what we know is that there's a lot of anticipation ahead of Saturday's elections. There's a lot of action in the Ashanti region. We've got the Afafranto, as you mentioned. They are up there campaigning. But today, we're going to be looking at the safe seats of the NPP and the NDC. That's what we're going to be analyzing. Of course, finding out in which constituencies independent candidates are likely to cause a stir. So there's many other issues we're looking at today on Ghana Decides. Of course, we're going live to the campaign grounds, that's Legon and Medina, to get a sense of exactly what's going on.
A sneak peek.
A sneak peek, yeah, right? To know exactly what's going on, as we have John Mahama, we also have Dr. Mamadou Bawumia, who's Vice President and aiming to become the next president of the Republic of Ghana. It's going to be hot today.
Well, the good thing is that we've had a lot of analysis, and Judith, it looks like for all the experts and the posters who will be joining us, Musa Dankwa, who is the Executive Director for Global Info Analytics, will be at the center stage as well as Daniel Opoku, who is a correspondent with the campaign trail of the Vice President. But if you take a look at Musa Dankwa and his analysis, what he's been getting by way of the feedback in his polls, it looks like young people form a bulk of the voters. You've been going around the communities as well in Women's Manifesto.
Yes.
What have you been picking when it comes to the bulk of the young voters?
Well, many of them are very much prepared for this very crucial election on December 7th. Most of them say that most of them are calling for a new face, but it looks like the bulk of them are either supporting the NPP or the NDC, which have been the two major parties in this election and elections in history. And so we are yet to see really whether they would really vote for the NPP, the NDC, or the independent candidates, or the third party.
Well, certainly. Our Media General, TV3, we do it in generations. And she also picking the feedback from the communities on ground and telling us what the situation will be by way of the young demographics. But doing the analysis for Ghana Decides this afternoon will certainly be the beautiful, intelligent Nashako. Nashako, some critical analysis for us today.
Exactly. We're looking forward to speaking to the experts on the various issues. One of the biggest questions we've asked going into this election is what will inform voters on who to vote for? And of course, like you mentioned earlier, going around the communities on Community Manifesto, speaking to voters, especially first-time voters. A lot of them talk about the economy. They talk about health infrastructure, education, money in their pocket, and of course some of the exciting campaign messages that the candidates have put out. So we'll be going into it properly on the show today to discuss generally what the things are that voters are looking at to decide who to vote for in less than 24 hours. Actually.
I tell you. Well, certainly, just in case you want to get interactive, you can do so. We have TV3 Ghana streaming across those platforms, and just in case you're streaming, you're watching Ghana Decides, please make sure you share your views as well. Share the stream. Let's also get you on board. And as your election command center, certainly also means that our subsidiaries will be part. 3FM 92.7 also streaming across social media is also there, and you can also listen on that dial. But Pakwesi, the analysis will mean that we have to straight away, if we have the opportunity, take a look at, well, the NPP, the NDC, the other parties, and the new kids on the block, what they have for us, and the history in the data that meets them.
The history in the data, Roland. We're going to that shortly, but it's not just about the presidential elections. You know, there's also a lot of anticipation ahead of the parliamentary seats, because if you know what's happened in the fourth parliament, you know, in 2020, what happened, you would think that both parties would want to have the majority in parliament, because if you want the presidential seats and you don't have the majority in parliament, you will be faced with a lot of difficulty. And so the parliamentary seats do matter. Certainly. It does matter who wins this parliamentary elections, and by a wide margin, so that you can be able to indeed roll out your policies. I mean, going through the analysis, which we'll be doing shortly, you would see that there are areas where both parties do have I want to say, a comfortable lead.
Okay.
Of course, in areas like the Volta region for the NDC, and then in areas like the Ashanti region for the NPP. Last elections in 2020, we know the NDC managed to win 4 seats from the Ashanti region compared to over 40 seats for the National Democratic Congress. And then for the very first time in the Volta region, Peter Amewu won the parliamentary seat for Hohoe. That was unprecedented. That was unprecedented. There's a lot of heat ahead of the elections on Saturday.
Well,
the NDC are saying that they are going back for that Hohoe seat. Peter Amewu, we know, did a lot of work, you know, in 2020 to, for the first time, win that seat. We don't know if he's going to win that seat again, but there's a lot of, you know, anticipation ahead of that. I can tell you. I can tell you. So pretty surely we're doing the analysis here, and then now Shoko will also take over from us and speak to a few experts to know exactly what to expect ahead of Saturday's.
Well, as you get your slides ready, we again have to bring you up to speed with the latest. We know that the Ghana Police Service, they did approve for the 2 biggest parties, the ruling NPP, the strongest opposition party, the NDC, all to have, as we have already informed you, their climax or final rallies right here in the capital, Accra. And it is the University of Ghana, just close to the sports stadium or sports complex. That's where the ruling NPP are having their final rally. Already, I did a detour around there, a lot of bustling activities, the traders also having a field day. But what certainly will be happening on the ground will be very important for your election command center and for Ghana Decides. But just several meters ahead is where we are going to bring you some sneak peek into what is happening, that final rally for the NDC as well. Look at the personalities who are there and take a look at the crowd they have and whether that could have any influence at all. The question is, the final rallies, whether it's for the NPP, the NDC, the Movement for Change and their alliance in Kumasi, the Ashanti Regional Capital, or the personal messages that they'll be bringing to you from Bediako and the rest of the presidential candidate, what certainly will make you convinced to make sure that just in the next 2 days, you're able to make that decision. Just in case you're watching us across our stream, if you haven't made your mind yet, what will get you having your mind made up on Saturday? And if you've made up your mind, please tell us who. But on the stream, Pakwesi, we have Musa Dankwa.
Right, Musa Dankwa. He's been doing a lot of polls these days, one of the most reliable in the country. Musa, it's good to have you. We know it's just 2 days to the general elections. Of course, both parties are holding their final rallies in Legon and Medina, respectively. You know, for those who are yet to vote, could this last-minute voting do anything at all to influence their minds?
You've been last-minute rallies.
Right.
I doubt it. This is a moral booster rallies they are both organizing. The polls have shown that many people have made up their mind long time ago. About 90% by now, probably 95% have made up their mind. The window for changing votes is really, really limited.
In 2016, I mean, a few months to the elections, we heard of the Ford Gate saga, which involved the president then, John Mahama, and many people say it was one story that eventually influenced votes in that year. Just a few days to this year's elections, there's another scandal, the National Service, you know, scandal, where I'm sure you've seen the reports already flowing all over social media. Is this likely to influence people's votes going into Saturday?
It will. This will be for people who were wavering, thinking who should they vote for. But as I said, the number of those people who are in that column is not material. For those who are going to vote against the system, they already made up their mind. This will probably reinforce it, but not necessarily a new vote going to NDC because of this scandal.
Why do you think both parties have decided to hold their final rallies in the Greater Accra region?
Accra is a must-win region. It is the most critical region when it comes to vote. About 3.7 million voters here. So it is a very big number if you can win it big. So you can see that the NDC is doing their in Medina, very symbolic. They don't have to do it in Medina because Medina is a seat they will win it, okay? But for MPP in I was West Wogon. It's not symbolic because they have to shore up support for Lydia Seram Al Hassan. And I think That rally there is trying to galvanize the base there, to try and rally behind not only the national cause, but also, to some extent, help Lydia Al-Hassan to retain her seat.
When you look at some of the polls, some of the polls suggest that voter turnout is likely to go as far up to about, between 75 to 78%. But our own, research and what we've seen based on historical data and analysis suggests that, going into elections, especially after what we saw in 2020, we're not likely to see that much of, increase in voter turnout. We anticipate that voter turnout will be between 70 to 73%. What do you say?
I think it will be lower. And that is the standard for every 8 years where a government is looking to break the 8. If you look at the polling data or historical performance of our elections, I mean, in 2008, there was lower turnout. 2016 lower turnout, and we haven't seen that in 2024. I think there'll be lower turnout, and the numbers will vary from region to region. Whereas in some regions there'll be higher turnout, in some regions there'll be lower turnout. But in the end, it will even out. We are projecting maybe 78% or 77%. So it's not far-fetched from where we have gotten the numbers at.
Well, you want to ask some more questions?
Well, certainly. There are key issues when it comes to the relevant discussions. You have made us know that the young voter population or demographics seem to be having a mind of their own. We know that the general name for them is the Gen Zs. Why do they seem to be having different opinions and somehow seem to be indifferent to the politics of the country just going to this election?
They have been disengaged for some time. And also, if you look at the among the first-time voters, how many we got registered was very paltry. About 700,000 were registered as a new first-time voters. It should have been higher, up to 10%. So there's some kind of disengagement with the young people when it comes to elections. And I think the performance of NPP and NDC historically have given them a cause not to be involved. And indeed, this is the reason why we've seen a surge in support for Nana Kwame Bediako. As well as that will translate to actual vote we're yet to see on election day.
And if I have to relate that, you will find that for the generation, maybe my generation or even the generation before me, I had a close affinity to the Rawlings era, the First Republic, the first 2 terms of the Fourth Republic, etc. Now, we have these younger voters having gone through the last 8 years, maybe having experienced the last 4 years of the NDC administration being governed by John Mahama. They've gone through 8 years. They've gone through free senior high school education. That should count for something by way of the influence in their opinion as to who they elect. Do you find that in your numbers?
No. If you look at the key issues that the voters, it has been economy, number one issue. Then you have jobs. So young people are looking for jobs, and job is one of the top things they are thinking about as we engage them. Though you have education, they also worry about education, but I think the priority for them is economy and job. And on all those 3 key issues, the poll shows that John Mahama has upper hand.
In the views that they express, you look at Accra or Greater Accra, Ashanti region, which are more cosmopolitan, and then the rest of the country, the countryside. These young people, are their views distinct or the same?
No, they're the same. They're the same. Everywhere, their views are the same.
It's quite interesting.
Musa, a lot of history was made in the 2020 elections. I mean, for the first time, the NPP won a seat in the Volta region. For the very first time, we had a hung parliament. And for the very first time, we had a party win Greater Accra region and didn't win the national elections. Now, you have said that the Greater Accra region is pivotal to the success of whichever party wins this year's elections. We saw the NDC win the Greater Accra region in 2020. Do you foresee them winning again? And how do you see the margins?
Yes, I see NDC winning Greater Accra again, but with a lot, bigger margin than we saw in 2020. And NDC's strength in election this year, in fact, runs through Greater Accra. So Greater Accra is very pivotal to NDC winning the elections. Now, what we have seen suggests that they're going to win it very, very big. Probably at the level of we've never seen for a long time.
Musa, what will shock you in these elections? What don't you anticipate?
I think the next president Obama is going to do. That's the only shock I think I would take.
All right, Roland, you want to take it over?
Well, certainly it looks quite interesting. But look, we know that the NDC also holding their rally not far off from where the NPP are having as well. And certainly we have to go to that Medina grounds if we can. Evelyn Tingma has been our lead correspondent with the vice presidential candidate of the NDC and her team during this campaign. And she will be joining us. We'll get the latest from her team, but more importantly, how they're looking forward to the final rally being convened in Medina right here in Accra. We'll also get some insight into how supporters of the ruling NPP are milling around or towards that main arena where they are going to have their final rally, just around the University of Ghana Sports Complex, certainly. But now, you're doing some great analysis with our in-house analysts. How does it look like?
Well, I'm excited to see what's happening on the grounds in Medina and also at the University of Ghana campus, where the two rallies are currently ongoing. We've gotten some reports from the police, telling us that some new routes have been given or demarcated for people going towards that side of town. In fact, traffic reports we're getting right now indicates that there is quite a bit of traffic on the highway. But more interestingly, a lot of young people are on the rally grounds right now, participating, singing party songs, waving party flags, and are excited about the rally. And like you mentioned earlier, our correspondent, Evelyn Tingma, will bring us live visuals from the campaign grounds and let us know exactly what's going on, what are some of the things that have been said so far, and the things that we should be concerned about going into the elections on Saturday morning. But for those of you who are waiting to see exactly what's happening now, we'll bring you the visual shortly. And those of you who are actually on the campaign grounds, I've seen a few messages on our live stream saying that you are on the campaign grounds or the rally grounds watching us live. Thank you so much. You can continue to send us updates on what's happening there as we connect with our correspondent, Evelyn, who is now on. Hello, Evelyn.
Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm expecting to have a great winner from John Mahama.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And so, what about you, sir? And so you are here. You are not in your party colors, but are you a supporter of the NDC?
I am NDC. I'll be NDC. I'll be NDC forever and ever. I am NDC.
So, what is your feeling today like?
I am telling you confident that there is no way NPP can win John Mahama. There is no way Baumia can win John Mahama. It can never happen. Inshallah, inshallah. It will never happen. I am telling you with authority. I'm from Anya Sochum. I am Thomas Kosi Afugla. I am telling you with authority. There is nothing Baumia can do.
Thank you very much. Will you also talk to us? Tell us, what are your expectations?
Oh, my expectation is that on the 7th of December, when the results are declared, it will be declared in favor of John Dramani Mahama. We need to reset Ghana. The things happening in the country are not normal. We are not in normal times. We have to change the country into the right direction. And I'm sure and I'm very overconfident that at the end of the day, John Dramani Mahama will be declared as the winner of the December 7th elections. Thank you.
Thank you too. And so that is the expectation of the people. They are very confident that John Dramani Mahama will carry the day after Saturday elections. And of course, they are very hopeful. And there's a lot of excitement here, even as the program is yet to start. And we do understand that. Okay, right. So let me speak to you. Yeah, you're live on TV3.
Yes.
Right. So what are you expecting your leaders or your flag bearer to be telling you today?
Oh, today we all appreciate what is happening today. And then I think this election shows about free and fair election. And nobody should ready to rape this election. As we know, what has happened in 2020, it has happened red-handed. We've seen it, how people have massacred people. In the other jurisdiction, people has killed people. But here, it's not going to happen in this time. And if that is going to happen, I don't think we are going to take that into our faces for us. We are not going to accept it.
Right. Thank you very much.
You are welcome.
Okay, So the people are very hopeful. Let me speak to some women also. We've been speaking to the men. Hello, madam. You are live on TV3. Tell me what are your excitement?
Let me talk to you.
Right, okay, speak to you. You want to speak to you, kindly go ahead.
Pacho, me feel I so central. I feel when me aduma me constituency magadia for I was so central. Me did the Jerry Adams. I feel when me aduma PC, your friend Honorable Raouf. You be pushing a recorte. I did not call Remu. A recorte or so ache and on yes she and boy. I was so into I feel when me aduma. Yani a chairman, honorable Otu essay, ever push I was a reporter in our Congremu until I feel the Yamiadon, honorable John Dramani Mama or bad life in college.
So that is it. The people are so excited, and the Zura Park here is filled to capacity, and we also have lots and lots of the supporters out there on the streets. Of course, as I said, the program is yet to start, and we'll be speaking to more of the supporters here. And tell us, hello.
Hey, hello. Hi.
Live on TV3.
Hi.
What are you expecting your leader to tell you today?
I'm expecting him to just reassure us. He should encourage us, because at this point in time, everybody is literally tired, and we are here in digital. We don't want digital. We are talking economy here. I just want our leader to come and tell us something sweet, so we can vote for him. But it's number 8. We are changing it.
Thank you very much.
The same thing. I'm proud to have a president called Mahama, so I like all about the politics he's bringing, so that's why I'm following it with all my heart. Yeah.
And those were some live visuals from the rally grounds of the NDC this evening in Medina. By the way, there are 2 rallies happening today, one by the ruling NPP and then one by the opposition NDC at the University of Ghana and at Medina. And from what we just heard from the young people especially, it appears they're all poised, looking forward to the elections on Saturday. But I think one of the comments by the first gentleman who spoke, saying, He's NDC today, NDC forever, no matter what. Roland, it begs the question, do the campaign messages by these candidates matter at all to people who have entrenched positions on the parties they will support no matter what?
I think that if you take a look at the refrain for many of the core supporters, you'll find that at the heart of supporting the parties is a level of how ingrained traditionally they are, either through regional, tribal, ethnic or family ties, and then subsequently some level of affinity by way of what has been told them, whether it's by some, whether it's just by some references, and then subsequently you also get the feedback about whether it's a 24-hour economy, bold solutions, etc. Then you will know that they then trickle down to look at the key issues, whether they tend to understand what the policy propositions are, especially when it's being rehabbed or again reiterated by the key candidates and their supporters. That's another thing for all of us to discover. What is very important is for all of us to get to know why it is important for the 2 parties to decide that decision that they have to hold their final rallies right here. For me, I think Medina quite interesting. And then also you take a look at Ewaso West Wogon. I don't know. Musa Dankwa says Pakwesi is supposed to make sure that Lydia Al-Hassan shows up her chances for Saturday.
Right, Roland, and I was not asked you whether, it was important, it was important to have people who have entrenched positions. Of course, for both parties, you have people who are very much entrenched. And you rightly stated why somebody will have an entrenched position supporting either the NDC or the NPP. But
that no matter what.
No matter what. But we've heard over the years consistently that the core base or core supporters do not win elections. Both the NDC and NPP do not have the numbers to be able to win an election. It's the swing voters, people who are ordinarily, independent in their thinking and will swing, depending on the economic situation, that they find. Now, we'll start off with Medina to find out why the NDC NDC is deciding to hold its final rally in Medina. And of course, Medina has traditionally been a safe seat for the NDC. It is one of the areas where you have the Zongos, you know, lots of Muslims, you know, it's a Muslim community, you know, have a lot of Zongos in that community. For the presidential elections in 2020, Nana Akufo-Addo won by 51.26% of votes compared to John Mahama, who won 47.40%. So when you look at the vote difference between the two, you have just a little over 400,000 votes, you know, and of course there was 1.34 shared amongst the other political parties. So the NDC would want to solidify its base, in Medina. Now let's take a look at what the parliamentary looked like in 2020. So in the parliamentary elections, for 2020, we saw the, no, I think I need to take this. There must be a problem with this one. Okay, so let me take you to the year 2020. Yeah, so this 2020, Medina, yeah, this is what we saw. So Nana Addo Dankwa making 51.26% for the parliamentary.
I guess we have to go to the constituencies as well.
Okay. No, I'm going to take this again. Roland, take it over. I'll come back to you.
Well, certainly. You just go to the constituency tab, and I'm sure that you'll find Medina, and then subsequently we'll try and then take a critical look at that in terms of after regional, you go to constituency. But very important to this conversation is also to get to find out why the critical areas have been chosen. The two constituencies. And now I have a recent recall of Abubakar Sadiq. Sadiq Abubakar, who decided to migrate up north and have a seat there, and when lost, decided to come to Medina, and subsequently, under the Kufuor administration, was able to win. And since then, it's been Amadou Sorogo coming in for the NDC, and subsequently also, we have now Francis Xavier Sosu. Early on, within the period where the polls were being taken, the chances of Xavier Sosu at the time, looking at the poll numbers, were said to be not very interesting. That could outrightly have given him a whole win. But it looks like he seemed to be in a good state. The question is now, perhaps maybe Medina has been chosen to show up the chances of Francis Xavier Sosu as well.
Well, I suppose so. I recently watched a video of young people talking about whether or not they are going to maintain their MP or who they are going to vote for in that particular constituency. And they were all talking about the road networks in Medina. So I guess we wait to see when those numbers come up.
Certainly.
We'll have a better understanding on how the people of Medina vote, what informs their decisions, and what the possibilities are for the various candidates going into Saturday's elections. But now we're going to have a conversation with our data analyst in the studio. Of course, we have with us here Ebenezer Nimakun Nyako has joined us. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Great to have you.
Thank you.
Are you following any of the activities on the rally grounds?
Yes, I mean, I hear and I listen to bits of it. And I think you can feel the tension in the atmosphere. I mean, election day is almost
around the corner,
almost upon us. And so you can see the enthusiasm within the environment, the NDC having its final rally at Medina, the NPP trying to show up its support base in Legon. That's also West Wogon constituency itself. They are not only doing it for the parliamentary candidate, they want to, it's a swing constituency even at the presidential level, and they want to ensure that they are able to win that seat, both presidential and parliamentary. So it's a very critical constituency that they are trying to make inroads into.
Now, there are lots of first-time voters in that constituency as well because of the presence of major university, the University of Ghana, in that constituency, and the NPP is holding its final rally there. Do you think that that will give them an advantage in the constituency?
Traditionally, I mean, historically, I mean, the NPP was supposed to be an elitist, or let's say the right of the center, a political identity, which are able to identify more with the educated class. So that environment where you have the university, the young undergraduate students, once they are in school, mostly it bodes well for the NPP.
Okay.
But gradually, the NDC has solidified its base in Iowa's West Wagon. And you have somebody as young as Dumelo in that vying for that particular seat as well. And he did very well in 2020.
Yes.
Very close. And so Iowa's West Wagon, even though the NPP, they have been able to, because of the free SHS and other related, when people talk about digitalization, the youth are able to buy into that particular concept because most of the youth are within that environment.
Yes.
But when it comes to somebody who has also been in the industry, who has played his role well in the movie industry, he has a lot of influence on the youth.
Yes.
So the youth aspect within that enclave, the NPP cannot say that they have a control over it. So it's going to be a very close call. But my guess is that it's a very close toss-up constituency to watch for.
So holding their final rally there does not give them a real advantage?
Not necessarily.
Okay, I see. Now, is it interesting you mentioned the point on digitalization and the fact that the youth will be interested in campaign promises like that. But we saw a young lady just now at the NDC rally ground saying that, well, someone is promising digitalization, but she has no interest in that at all, and that she's more interested in the economy. Do you think that young people are now more interested in conversations about the economy, the numbers, money in our pockets, than, digitalization and so on?
No, it's not only young people. Everybody, majority of Ghanaians feel the impact of the higher cost of living. Recently, the Ghana Statistical Service released its month-on-month annual inflation rate for the month of November. And we are currently at 23%. The cost of living is gradually going up. Okay, so young people who have finished university, they are looking for jobs. The economy as a whole is not favorable to them. The environment now, the youth, the level of hope that they are expecting, they are not finding that in Ghana. And so when people talk about economy, it drives home because that is the bread and butter issue. Everybody, feels the pinch when things are increased. So I think that would be the number one and the most important issue for most people and the youth when they are going to vote.
Exactly, very important. And we see a lot of young people now talking about their purchasing power, talking about the price of food, things as basic as kinky and cocoa and so on. When we see those posts online, it's usually by the young people. And so I think I'm with you when you say that about the cost of living and how it affects all of us equally. But I'm going to come over to you now, Pakwesi. Take us back to the Medina constituency and give us the numbers from 2020 to now.
Oh, back to Medina. Okay, I'll take you back to Medina. In the year 2020, let's see what Medina had to offer us. So that's in the Greater Accra region. Okay. Okay. So, Medina. Let's see where Medina is.
And while Pakwesi pulls that up...
All right, so I might pull that data for you. So, for the presidential, John Mahama had a little over 60,000 votes compared to Nanado, who had 48,000 votes. So this is just to confirm that this has traditionally been a seat for the NDC. Like I said, it's a Zongo community. And so you have a lot of the Northerners there who are quite, apathetic towards the NDC and the cause of the NDC. So it's quite understandable why the NDC would want to hold its final rally there to solidify its base. Let's see what the parliamentary for 2020 looked like. So Francis Xavier Sosu, he is the incumbent MP for the area. He won by 56.58% compared to Abubakar Siddiq, who got 42.79%. Now, it's interesting to note that Abubakar Siddiq in 2020 won that seat. He then was made the Minister for Inner City and Zongo Development. So he won that seat for the first time for the NPP in many years. And so, unfortunately for him, he lost the seat in 2020 to Xavier Sosu. So you can see why the NDC wants to solidify its base in the Medina constituency. I heard you talk about the Ayawaso Central constituency. which is also a very interesting area. And we know the NPP is... Okay, Roland, you want to take over? I hear you want to say something. Well,
certainly. But let us also bring the man himself. He's a Medina man, Medina, so to speak. Of course, has a Chim root and all that. Musa Dankwa receives a lot of bashing on social media. All of us do, really, this election season. But the issues about Medina, the trends in terms of the numbers, the demography, why do they seem to have the certain leanings that they have? It looks like you have to be close to the Muslim community, not necessarily somebody who emerges from the Muslim community. You have to speak a language, you have to be with them, etc. What really, Musa Dankwa, as Global Info Analyst, can you tell us about the dynamics in Medina?
Right. Roland, Medina is a very complex constituency. It's not just about Muslims. The Muslims are largely in the Medina West electoral area. Then you look at the electoral area that borders social welfare and Old Road. Yeah. But you have the estate side, which is quite not Muslim dominated. And you have the Quantanai side and then many other areas. But I think the biggest chunk of vote comes from Medina West electoral area, that's Medina Zongo area. Mr.
Dankwa, we seem to be seeing only your head. So we want you to tilt, is it up a bit? Yeah, so we can have that medium shot. Fantastic. We'll make do with this. Please go ahead.
So if you look at Medina's constituency, it's a very complex area, made of the Ga areas and also the Muslim areas, and then the Akan areas as well. So it's quite mixed. Okay. So you can't say it's entirely Muslim. Okay. But what makes the difference is that the Muslim part of the constituency, which is Medina West, is quite huge. Over 20-something thousand voters around that area. So if you win that area very well, you tend to win Medina constituency.
At the beginning of the primaries, or even before the primaries were held for both parties, but even especially the NDC, where we have the incumbent Francis Xavier Sosu, there seemed to have been an inroad being made by somebody who was with the NDC, then decided he wanted to go independent, and then now came back to resolve his differences with the party. What really transpired?
I think people were not happy with Sosu. And indeed, even today, if you run a poll for his approval, he will score very low. And so at a time when one guy called Zachary entered the race as independent, it was really giving Sosu a run for his money. Indeed, a poll we conducted in October, thereabout last year, showed that Sosu could lose a seat. And I think that really gingered him up. And the party went down to sort the issues out. And now he is okay. People will vote for him, not because they love him, because he belongs to the NDC. But I think he as a candidate, as a party, or as a member of parliament, his approval rating is quite low compared to many other NDC MPs.
And so the data shows historically they seem to lean towards the NDC. But we had Abubakar Sadiq migrated or run away from up north, literally. He came down to Medina, a Zongo man, a Muslim, a former minister, and a strongman himself, and captured.
Yeah, I mean, for anybody to win Medina's seat on the ticket of MPP, I think the person must be a Muslim. Because what Sadiq did was to run a skirt and blouse campaign in Medina. Because he couldn't kind of create a wedge between the voters and the presidential candidate, but he could do so for the parliamentary candidate. So if you elect somebody who cannot break the ranks of the Muslims in Medina, I don't think the person can win the seat. You need to win the minds and heart of the Muslim community to be able to win the seat. Unless they buy into your candidate, that person has no chance.
I think you mentioned a phrase. Of course, it's a local parlance phrase, skirt and blouse. That phenomenon in this electoral cycle, what you've picked up from the various constituencies, which other constituencies seem to be having candidates preaching skirt and blouse when they are campaigning? I saw a video of the Sojaman parliamentary candidate of the NPP, Pius Ajide, preaching skirt and blouse at some point in time. Which other constituencies have been, and candidates have been doing that?
Where can I remember? Generally now, it appears if you are an MPP candidate in an area that you feel that you could be threatened, you tend to do undercover skirt and blouse. And I believe there are certain areas that are ripe for skirt and blouse, For example, in the Kuku, because I think there's no way Bamia will win the constituency. But then the parliamentary, maybe a cool boy can do skirt and blouse creating and see if it works for him. But it's going to be very tough. In many areas, I think if you realize that you are under threat, then you must really make sure that your vote comes to you, and wherever they think they can go for the presidential, you don't really care. Because if you try and force them to go full jacket, you could end up suffering.
Well, certainly, quite an interesting dynamics in there. But if, let's say, the NPP candidate in Medina wants to make sure that he's able to do any influence in terms of trying to change minds at the last minute, the next 24 hours is for him. Is it possible?
No, it's not possible. I mean, a lot of these races, really, the last minute efforts people are doing will not have any impact in many places. And indeed, if you do something that goes negative against you, you would tend to suffer. So there are certain things that are happening now that will make those who are losing lose more. Very interesting analysis as you have it. But Pakwesi, quite an interesting take to have, because I thought that you look at Francis Xavier Sosu, his nationalistic attitude towards civil rights, human rights, should be able to give him some, at least, accolades and show up his image in the constituency.
No, I mean, like you rightly said, he's had issues with the party over the period. And if the people are to vote for him, it's generally because they are more inclined towards the NDC. But I think one other area which often would vote skirt and blouse is the Sawasi constituency. You'd have the then deputy minority leader who has consistently won that seat since it was carved out of the old Ofori Krom constituency somewhere in 2012 or 2016 or so. The NDC has consistently won that seat, but on the presidential level, you'd see that the NPP wins that seat. And it's also a heavily dominated Zongo community, you can imagine. And so they're more tilted towards the National Democratic Congress. So that's it, you know.
Well, we'll see how that goes. But on the main issues, Musa Dankwa, you take a look at Ayawaso West Wogon, Medina constituency. Something must be right for Lydia Al-Hassan, and certainly we'll take a look at that and then get to know what the critical issues are. Lydia Al-Hassan, Musa Dankwa just had issues with the special voting in any way, just the last Monday, and of course we had one today, but you look at her performance over the last two elections, and you have to say that after that by-election 2019, she's been solid.
Bernard, I said Bernard, Roland, yes, I think one of the people who are under threat
in
Accra. No, I think she's going to lose the seat. She will survive it this time around. Several posts we've done there publicly show that she's on the rope in the constituency. And also, if you look at the current situation there, the students are on campus, and the students are tilting towards Jomelo. So long as the students are on campus, I don't think she will survive.
What's the difference between the students on campus in 2024 and 2020?
2020, there was COVID, so the campus was shut. Right. So the student population was very small then. Now they are full swing, and Jomelo has an upper hand in the university electoral area. And indeed, polls we've done in that area show that Jomelo leads in the last electoral area, and that could be significant.
Okay, just projections there in those polls by Global Info Analytics Executive Director Musa Dankwa, leading the conversations for us on Ghana Decides, your election command center. Already, we're streaming live across our social media pages or handles, TV3 Ghana, but now we have to do some in-house analysis, certainly.
Yes, of course, interesting analysis over there by Musa Dankwa. But back to studio, we'd like to look into, Mr. Nyako, properly the strongholds of the NDC and the NPP, and whether the Allen factor and the inroads that the new force has made building up to the elections are things to consider. Would they shake up the numbers in any way?
Yeah, so if you look at the map, I mean, politically, currently you can say that the NPP has about 5 regions that you can say these are the blue regions of NPP.
5 of 16.
Yeah, 5 of 16. So you're looking at Ashanti region, Eastern region, Ahafo, Bono, and then I will add Northeast to 8. Okay. The reason I'm saying I'm adding Northeast is that historically, Northeast had voted NDC throughout. But in 2016, NPP won that region and they extended their lead in 2020. So, I mean, it's reliably safe to say that in 2024, the NPP is likely to win the region again. So 5 of the 16...
That's the Northeast?
In the Northeast.
Okay.
5 of those 16 regions, we will say that it's safely for the NPP. Okay. The NDC has about 8 regions that we can say that they are safe. Okay, so you are looking at Upper East, Upper West, Northern Region, Savannah, Volta, Oti. You are talking about Western North.
What about Greater Accra?
Greater Accra, Central, Western are toss-ups, or swing regions.
Okay.
Okay, so these are regions that currently no political party can lay claim to. Okay, but they tend to go for the one who eventually becomes president.
Okay.
For Greater Accra, the set of 2020.
2020.
Yes. So these regions, I mean, they have a mind of their own. So, I mean...
So these are the regions that the parties should spend more time campaigning in. Well, it's too late now. But these are the regions that will call the elections.
Partly. But you also have to do well in your strongholds.
Okay.
Okay. So if you take, for example, the NPP, you look at Northeast and Northern, you look at the registration data for 2020, and you realize that the 2 regions that had the highest most in terms of rate of increase in registered voters, the number 1 is Northeast, where the current presidential candidate of the NPP is from. Okay. The next is the Northern region. Okay. They had 15% increase. Northeast had 17%. They are the highest. The national average is around 10.2. Okay. Northeast is doing 17% increase. Northern region is doing 15% increase. Okay. And if you look at all the 16 regions in the 2020, the regions that the NPP did well most were the Northern region and the Northeast.
What about Ashanti?
Ashanti was a depressed performance. Okay. Traditionally, they do around an average of 73, 74, within that range. They did around 72 in 2020. Okay. If you take Ashanti as a region, if you look at the rate of growth in valid votes, that is why you see that the NPP didn't do well. The NDC did 29, almost 30% in valid votes between 2016 and 2020, while the NPP did only 9%. Okay. So the 2020 wasn't a good year for the NPP in terms of in the Ashanti region. And that is why Dr. Bawumia has spent a lot of days trying to show up the support in that particular, because it's very crucial.
Well, we know that some of the people, or the most crucial voters in this election, are the young people. And they've had so much to say about today's rallies and the election in general on social media this evening. And Judy Brown is going to bring us all the comments and more. Judy?
Right now, Shako. And so we threw the question to you, the public, 2 days to elections. What issue will affect your vote on, the December 7 elections come Saturday? And so let me take you through some of the comments from our youth. Citizen Kofi Bernard says that Bawumia's incompetent management of our economy and Ikifo-Addo's disrespectful attitude towards those chiefs. I don't know if Bawumia is a doctor of lies or a doctor of economics, because it seems he doesn't know anything at all about the economy. So basically, I'm sure that he believes that economic issues would influence his vote come December 7. Ahmed Yoda says that the betting and the COVID tax imposed by the current government, vote JDM to cancel those taxes. Very crucial issue for the youth, betting, which is something a lot of our males, men, young men, and some females engage in. And so very important issue that will influence the vote of one of our youth. Natnis Atiza, he says the National Cathedral And we know that this is a very important or critical issue, especially when, there's a pit that has been created and many of our youth are asking, really, what was the money used for? And so that is what is going to influence his vote. Someone also says the economic hardship. We have Beauty Mensa saying that governments go, government come, same story. So if I get 2K from someone or anyone, I'll vote for the person. So, this speaks to vote buying. She says that anyone who pays her some 2,000 Ghana cedis will be able to woo her to vote for them. Whether or not that would happen, we're yet to find out. Maxwell Nketia says the fundamentals of the economy. Yes, once again, another youthful person saying that the economic hardship and the fundamentals are going to influence his vote. Sampana Yakubu Thomas says the economy at large. So we have a lot of youths talking about the economy and economic hardship. Agenda 111, Mohammed Pilo Ibrahim. He says Agenda 111. I do not know really whether he wants to say they have actually built enough of those hospitals as promised, but well, that is what will influence his vote. Christian Savo says the economy, as we've heard from others. Accountability to the states. That's from Joel. Addition, that's also from him. Accountability to the state. A lot of people are talking about whether or not the monies that are being used to build some of our hospitals, most of our projects in the country, whether or not the government is being accountable to the states. And so that's what is going to influence his vote. Alberta Apia Awarin says that Baumia's own words about currency, fuel prices and infrastructure is influencing many decisions to vote for JDM. Baumia over-talked as though running a country is that easy. Comparing his government against JDM, I'd rather choose JDM 1,000 times. That's from Alberta Apia Awarin. We also have Haj Suarez talking about the same betting tax. Azuri Sheila says, sitting at home for 3 years after completing nursing school, a very topical issue. Nursing school graduates who have not been able to get a job ever since they completed school. She says she sat home for 3 years, and that is what is going to influence her vote come December 7. Abdul Latif says, and the weak educational system. And we've been bringing you a lot of stories on our educational system, the primary or basic educational system, where textbooks are still a problem in most of our primary schools. We know the free SHS has also been a very interesting problem in our educational system in entirety. And so the last person we're going to take is Fauzan, who says it's about the economy. Stupid, forgive us for saying that, and the grand scheme, loot and corruption of the NPP. He says the NPP is, he believes that they are being corrupt. And so these are some of the comments from the youth. We threw the question to you about what really would influence your vote as a youthful person come December 7. And these are the answers that we got from them. Roland.
Well, certainly. It means that after having a lot of analysis and discussions undertaken, we certainly would have to transition and bring you on the hour the latest headlines this hour. And certainly, Anyonam Haliga will be here with the latest, but then we'll have the big team among all of us, Bella, Beatrice Edu, Anyonam herself, and look forward to this. Ghana Decides, right here from our studios, TV3. We're taking a break. We'll be right back.
Uplifting women. Phoenix Club. Uplifting women. I mean Phoenix Club. Uplifting women. Thank you very much for having me here today. The nation builder John Mahama and Professor Nana Jane are bringing you the Women's Development Bank. It is a very special bank run by only women, to serve only women. The aim is to empower millions of women across the country. The bank will have branches all over the nation to provide you with loans with very low interest and very flexible terms.
Madam, I run a small makeup and nail bar. Do I qualify for a loan?
No need to bother, my sister. I mean hairdressers, market women, women-owned online businesses, female graduates, Women in the corporate world, traders, agri, women in all fields qualify for loans. With John Mahama and Professor Nana Jane at the helm, the Ghanaian woman will surely rise.
Vote for change. Vote for John Mahama and the NDC.
Allow history to be the judge of how I have served my nation. How well I have done my part in running my lap of that relay. What that verdict will ultimately be, I cannot say. I can only say that I have done my best, giving my all.
In almost 8 years, what is the verdict of this proclamation?
One day on television, I will kneel down and say, Mahama, I am sorry. And someone make kafano who's our angel.
Say one day,
Mahama was an angel.
Mahama Kafra. Maybe this in you, but I stand for the truth. Mahama, sorry.
Oh, I'll take this opportunity to apologize to the former president. I mean, Mr. John Mahama.
And yesterday, I was bold to Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you. We have the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor John Lala Opoko Ajima. DJ, let's welcome the next Vice President of the Republic of Ghana. DJ, give me music. Give me music. Let me see your hand. Let me see your hand. Let me see your hand.
All right, and those are live scenes from Medina at the moment where the NDC is holding its mammoth rally, and you heard from Francis Xavier Sosu, the current incumbent MP for the area representing the NDC, who's hoping to secure his second term. But at the same time, the NPP is also holding its rally at the University of Ghana, stadium, and that's also another major one. And so you can imagine the traffic situation along that stretch all the way to Medina and beyond. But this is their final charge to their supporters, hoping that they'll garner as many votes as possible to either retain power for the NPP or to kick the NPP out in the case of the NDC. But the coverage continues on Ghana Decides. My name is Berla Mundi.
And I am Michael Lugudu. And of course, those were very interesting shots there from one of the NDC's very strongholds. They have literally led that constituency up until 2016, where they lost it once. But we'll bring you details of these and more, and especially the role of independent candidates in all of these election conversations.
My name is Beatrice Edu, and I can tell you that these two locations chosen by the leaders of both the NDC and NPP are quite strategic, because Medina, of course, stronghold of the NDC, but the University of Ghana, where you have a lot of young people who are going to vote, some of them for the first time in this year's general election. And so that's really critical, being the last day of campaign for these NDC and NPP who really want to take the realms of power.
And I mean, if you look at the NPP, for example, and their reason for wanting to choose the University of Ghana, that's Ayawaso West Wogon. It's been in the news for either the wrong reasons or the right reasons, depending on which side of the table you find yourself. And so they're also hoping that they can maintain that seat for the NPP, even though the NDC is charged with John Dumelo, hoping that he can snatch it from them. And so we're going to go back to Medina at the moment to continue the coverage of NDC's rally at Medina, and we'll be back to discuss a lot of other things. So stay with us. This is your Election Command Center. Ghana Decides, like Beatrice said, about 48 hours into the election proper, and we're updating you on everything that you need to know, including independent candidates who are also in the running, hoping to secure a seat in Parliament. Will they be kingmakers like we've seen happen in 2020 when the former MP had to be the one to choose which side to do business with? I mean, it wasn't surprising, however, when he chose NPP, because he had said it even ahead of the elections that he was still going to be doing business with the NPP if he won.
But for me, what is quite interesting is the numbers of independent candidates who are going into this year's general election.
Yeah. Well, this is your Election Command Center. We will be right back with a lot more. And like Michael Ogodu also said, we'll be looking at the independent candidates. In fact, at the moment, we have about 111 of them who filed to contest in various constituencies across the country. The Ashanti region alone has 22 of those independent candidates. And they're looking to also unseat a number of them. The General Secretary for the region, however, says it's not going to happen. They're not going to make it easy for any independent candidate from their party to even go ahead and win like the former MP had done. But he says he's now contesting on the party's tickets. And so I guess that may be good news for them as well.
It's interesting because, you know, I think the Ashanti region is becoming notorious, so to speak, for independent candidates, because in 2020, similar thing happened. They had about 31% of the total number of independent candidates came from the Ashanti region, with about 21 of them. And interestingly, out of all the over 60 independent candidates that actually made it to the ballots, just one, the golden guy, the former MP, was the one who won. And interestingly, too, quite a number of them also came out second and third. It just shows you the dynamics in all of this independent candidate conversation and how much of a difference they can make in the political dispensation.
And I mean, you talk about 21 in the last general election. This time around, you're looking at 22.
And
the interesting bit, again, is that a lot of them are coming from the stronghold of the governing NPP.
Yeah. Interesting one. But again, like we said, this is your election command center. Ghana decides, and we're here to give you all the updates on every decision that you are making as a voter, as well as the parties and independent candidates who are participating in the elections. And of course, the final announcement by the EC when we get there. We'll be right back.
Ghana for and everybody is watching this program because let me assure you, and for those watching on the television sets, let me assure you that come what may, by the grace of the Almighty God, on the 7th, the people of Ghana will boot this incompetent government out of power and they'll be going home. Nothing will save them.
And the coverage continues, but earlier you saw pictures from Medina, and again, the NDC is holding its rally in Medina, and we're told that just a few minutes ago, the vice presidential candidate for the NDC, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, arrived at the scene. We're still waiting for the arrival of the flag bearer of the NDC, who we're told had to visit about 3 constituencies in the Ashanti region before flying over to Accra to take part in this rally. So it's going to be an interesting one. There's also one happening at the University of Ghana Stadium, where the NPP is holding its rally as well.
It's quite interesting that they decided to host these final rallies quite close to each other. I'm wondering what the message really is behind it. But for the NDC, I do know that this is part of their appreciation of the Medina constituency's loyalty to the party, because since the constituency's establishment, the NDC has consistently dominated that constituency, only losing once in 2016. It just shows you the interesting dynamics happening over there. You know how central also Medina is to locations within the capital. And interestingly, from Medina, you can have access to the eastern region, the eastern part of the country, that we also know that the NDC is hoping to establish its presence and dominance over there. And then the fact that they are hoping to attract more people from within the capital to gather around and then, drum home their support. But, on the other hand, from the NPP side, it just shows you that probably John Dumelo is having the effect really on the party as much as it appears, because it does appear that maybe that would have contributed to the decision to host their final rally in that constituency. Because you remember that in 2020, he lost by just about 1,000 votes.
2,000 actually.
About 2,000 votes.
Yes.
Very slim margin. And looking at how that particular constituency has been in the news all through the years, it should tell you that maybe he is gaining grounds, and probably this is just to cement their presence there in the constituency. I don't know what you think.
I mean, it's obvious that the NPP doesn't want to lose the Ayawaso West Wagon. I mean, you talked about a number of issues that have happened, the violence and how the politics around it, have been spoken about. And also, even before the NPP decided to have its rally there, John Dumelo had already started mobilizing. In fact, he was one of the leading members of the NDC that kind of pushed the electoral commission, as it were, to ensure that the people on campus could have the opportunity to vote smoothly.
Yeah.
And so if he's been able to do that, and you have a final time to send your message across, it's probably politically wise for you to take that decision to be there.
All right. Well, let's head back to Medina, and today we're showing you live pictures from the final rally of the NDC. Let's head back.
Let me also use this opportunity to send a clear signal that Greater Accra Region NDC, we are ever ready to ensure that we will deliver the Greater Accra Region in favor of NDC. Honorable National Chairman, I can tell you on authority that the last just ended, the special voting on the face of the security men and women, that they are calling for change. Prepare to cooperate with them and make sure that 2025 as the work bank of the NDC and not with a firm belief with our party executives and our flag bearer and his running mate, we believe that we are going to vote for a gentleman who has nothing to do with corruption. We believe in him because he's very competent. We believe in him because he's not a liar. We believe in him because he has the experience. We believe in him because he's tested. We believe in him because he's trusted. We believe in him that with him, Ghana, especially Greater Accra, the 24-hour economy has come to stay. And on this note, I can encourage and the firm belief that 2024 economy, Obia Bedidi, Beche. Ayazu. We will also send a serious signal to and that gate abide and regulation 2 agencies, but contrary, we will also follow. On that note, let me once again welcome you to Greater Accra region, the next World Bank of the NDC. Thank you all for coming and have a happy stay in Greater Accra. And we can tell you on authority, the 25-seat agenda is on course, and the 1.5 million vote is also on course. We just and have, may the Almighty God bless us all, and after this rally, send you safely to your various destinations.
Thank you, Chairman. We trust in you and we know you are going to deliver Greater Accra. Thank you so much. Please, we need to worship. Are you ready to worship? Are you ready to worship? Let me see your hand. Let me see your hand. With your hands socially distanced, put it together for our musician. Madam Beatrice Answer, put it together for her.
You're welcome back, and this is your Election Command Center. And of course, we're going to have conversations about a number of things. Earlier, you also saw pictures from Medina. The NDC is holding its rally there. But it's a very busy day for Ghanaians, especially those of us who live in the Greater Accra region, especially because the NPP is concurrently also holding its rally at the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. And I believe that subsequently we'll bring you pictures from there as well. But Aben is here, and it's a very interesting conversation that my colleagues and I had about why the NPP and the NDC decided to choose the Greater Accra region for their final rally 48 hours into the 2024 general elections. Aben, why the Greater Accra? I know that if you look at the numbers from the 2020 elections, the NDC won the Greater Accra region, the only swing region that went to the NDC, and yet the NDC still lost the general election. So that must be a definite reason why they've both decided to choose this region, because it's a key region to win, is it not?
Exactly. And if you look at the registered voter, let's first start from the registered voters' point of view. Greater Accra, currently we have 7.3 million. And nationally, they contribute about 19% in terms of ratio to the national valid votes tally. So you can see that their influence on the general election, especially the presidency, is very, very key. And so you want to win a significant share of the Greater Accra vote. And as you said, historically, every time that the Greater Accra has, who has won Greater Accra, has also won the presidency. They and Central, they have moved in tandem throughout the history. It is only in 2020 that that separation came. And so both parties want to try and reinforce their dominance, or at least make sure that they make some significant inroads in Greater Accra before the D-Day comes Saturday. So that is what we are seeing, that both parties are coming to Greater Accra to try and win, I mean, the last holdouts who may have not made up their mind on who to vote for. So that is what we are seeing here. So Greater Accra is very crucial in terms of deciding who becomes the next president.
Especially because in 2016, Greater Accra voted for the NPP. Yes. And so, like you're saying, it's also about the play on dominance and who is likely to win. But let's look at even the parliamentary seats. And again, the NPP unfortunately lost a number of seats in the Greater Accra region. There was a vote literally against the NPP in the Greater Accra region. So is it just about the fact that they need to win the presidential, or is it also about the fact that they need as many seats in the Greater Accra region if they want to secure dominance in parliament as well?
So if you examine the 2020 data, what it shows you that because Greater Accra went for NDC for the first time for an incumbent government, which hasn't happened in the history of the Fourth Republic. Okay, no party has lost in the first term in Greater Accra. It happened under the first term of this government. So what it means is that it's had a rub-on effect on some of the parliamentarians, especially along the coasts. The Crow, the Lojokugu, or the constituencies along the coast. If you look at the data, they are gradually tilting away from the NPP to the NDC. And so it is expected that a significant number of seats, it wasn't a wonder at all that in 2020, most of these seats went to the NDC.
I see. Well, let's just head over to Godwin Asidiba. And at the moment, he's at Circle. And he's speaking to travelers, especially because, as it stands now, today, a lot of people have had to travel to their constituencies, to their regions, so they can get the opportunity to cast their ballots. And so, of course, let's find out what the mood is like for a lot of these people. Let's see if a number of them will even reveal who they intend to vote for, who they think should win the presidential elections, or who should win in their constituency as well. Godwin, thank you for joining us. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Bella, and good evening. I am reporting live from the heart of Accra at the bustling bus terminals here at the Tam and Kroma Circle. This is one of the busiest hubs in the city, and this evening is alive with a unique energy as Ghanaians from all walks of life gear up for one of the most anticipated elections in recent history, if I should say. We already know that with a total of 18,774,159 valid voters, 131,478 special voters, and 276 constituencies, and 40,935 polling stations across the country, the stage is set for what promises to be a decisive day. Now, 12 presidential candidates and 801 parliamentary aspirants are vying for the confidence of the people, and the excitement is in the air here, and it also reflects the weight of what the choices of the people would be. The atmosphere here is a mix of energy and determination. People are arriving from different parts of the country, while others are heading out of the capital to ensure they are in their constituencies to vote on December 7, 2024. For many of them, this election represents more than a civic duty. It's a chance to influence the direction of the nation. In the midst of the chaos of loading buses and organizing luggage, I've spoken to travelers who are braving long journeys just to cast their ballots. Their resolve is inspiring, I should say, and they see that as an opportunity to shape their future, one vote at a time. The sheer numbers, the logistics, and the energy of the people are an indication of the strength of Ghana's democracy. And it's not just about the destination for these commuters, it's about making their choices count in the democratic process. Just behind me, we have Nkoko Station, also buses loading to the Ashanti Regional Capital, Kumasi, as well. And most of these people are saying that it is very important to them. Others have made statements about the current economic situation, a reason why they would want to vote to change the ruling government, which is the New Patriotic Party. And others are also saying that the senior high school education has helped them a lot. And in that way, they would want it to continue, a reason why they will be voting for the New Patriotic Party. But in order to get a better understanding on how the number of people have besieged this particular premises today, I will be engaging one of the chief drivers here to let us know or understand the reason why a lot of people are here at the New Plant Station today. Meno Edika Bon from Ofo, which I say, and the Fenia, a domino, Apano, a door to chain. the other days, no, because 4 days ago, because I didn't know more constituency, said, or move it to me as well, but differences no at the same.
Difference so one is the money to someone. I think the last 4 years now, I feel a difference between a woman and his sex.
Right.
I was said you last thing I was said I'm not going to every abide one. And it's someone was a month for airport.
Right.
Maybe they keep over. I'm on back for car. You know, we do for more. I'm what you say.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yo, Medasi, the way you say, Kwakudia is a chief driver here, and you've been hearing him speak, saying that after monitoring for the past 4 days, the number of people who come here and would want to travel to their various constituencies to be able to cast their ballots coming December 7, 2024 has increased in a way based on his own opinion, and he is the chief driver here. So he's been able to monitor all of those actions here as well.
All right.
Bella, I'm sure you can see from the background, there's a hive of activity, quite a number of people coming here.
Indeed, Godwin. Indeed.
Quite a number of people. And it's choked at this premises. It's a hive of activity. The traffic and then the clouds are something that you can't really comprehend with. Some of them also indicated that because they would want to get to their destinations earlier, they would have to come here as early as 6 a.m. just to be able to board a bus, to be able to reach their destinations peacefully, also on time as well, to be able to cast their bus.
Thank you so much, Godwin. Thank you very much, Godwin Asidibai. He's speaking to us from the Kwame Nkrumah Circle. And of course, it's cash-out season for the transport operators as well. But mind you, at the same time, the parties are also providing buses for supporters who would vote for them to their constituencies. And so I know a number of people who have had to call some of these party numbers just so they can board the buses, either from Accra to their region or otherwise. But Beatrice is on standby, and she's also going to give us some updates on the coverage of both rallies for the NPP and the NDC. Beatrice.
Indeed, I can tell you that with what happened in 2020, where the country had its first hung parliament, both the NDC and the NPP do not want to leave anything to chance. The reason you would find the NDC being in the stronghold of Medina, and of course the NPP wanted to solidify its grounds, as it were, in Ayawaso, West Wuogon, looking at the margin with which the MP Seram won that seat going into Parliament. But we want to go into both Medina and the University of Ghana campus, where both NPP and NDC are having their mammoth rallies. Remember, it's the last day for them to tell electorates that indeed they are the ones that are good for the country from 2025. So first, let me bring you some data, as it were. I'm sure by now you do know that over 18 million Ghanaians will be going to the polls, and already the clock has been ticking down very fast. A number of them have already voted in that special voting that took place earlier, and of course today. And then we have a total of 131,478 special voters. I just told you about them who participated in that special voting earlier, some hours earlier. So we'll be bringing you the numbers as we have. But before we do that, let's go to the rally grounds. Perhaps we can go to Medina, the stronghold of the opposition NDC, and bring you some updates. From there, we'll go to the University of Ghana campus, where the NPP is also very busy trying to convince students there, thousands of them, to vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and of course, the parliamentary candidate for the area. All right, so we'll be going there very shortly, but let me bring you a breakdown, really, of registered voters as we have across the 16 regions of the country. The Greater Accra region alone has almost 4 million voters, and it is obvious that within our elections, the Greater Accra region, the Central region, the Ashanti region, and of course, as we saw in 2020, the 5 northern regions of the country also playing very crucial roles in who becomes the president president of the country. Again, the argument is still ongoing as to whether the NPP is going to be able to break that cycle, the 8-year cycle as we've had. It wants to break the 8. Or this time around, we are going to have the NDC also coming in. So I was just telling you really about Greater Accra having about 3 million of the vote, and it's one of the areas that any politician or presidential candidate wouldn't want to lose sight of, really. Michael.
Exactly. So there are over about 18 million people that have registered to cast their ballots. The Greater Accra region is giving you a significant proportion of that, about 3.7 million, followed by the Ashanti region. Now, we do know that the Ashanti region is the stronghold of the NPP. So the next move after securing this would be to get significant portions in the Greater Accra region to cement your win. So both parties do, to some extent, to a laudable extent, need to win convincingly in the Greater Accra region to be able to secure a win. Now, we do know also that in 2020, an anomaly, an outlier happened because Greater Accra has always been a perfectly swing region, but for the first time ever, it voted against the ruling party and the NDC won it quite significantly.
Yeah.
The question then is, what were the issues that led to that loss? And of course, the economy was big on the ticket. And some will ask, how has the economy fared post-2020 elections? How are things looking now? How bad would you say it has gotten? And how is that going to affect or influence people's votes for the government or against the government? And then, of course, so Greater Accra region is a big one to look out to. We have the Central region again, which may not have so much numbers. At least 1.7 million is quite significant, of course. But you do know also that if you win Central region, then you know you are most likely heading to the Jubilee House or the Flagstaff House, depending on where you... Exactly, but we do know that the performance wasn't as outstanding, for lack of a better word, as it was in 2016, because you know, of course, 2016 was an outlier over performance like we saw, but we're beginning to see things kind of settling. So the next question is we know Free SHS did very well as a message there in the Central region, but after 8 years, has fatigue set in? Is Free SHS still a trump card to get Central region? Because you know that Central region also is an educational hub for the country. A number of the secondary schools are situated in the Central region. You know, with that also meaning that with the uptake in attendance comes the economy that affects the whole area where these schools are situated. But then remember also that this is the same region that was promised a harbour, promised an airport, and hasn't been delivered yet. So, and also the next part is that in terms of proximity and the impact of the economy in the Greater Accra region, another region that is close to the Greater Accra region that would feel that impact is the Central region.
Yes.
So economy also is a big one for them.
But again, if you look at the dynamics, even regarding the vote in the Central region, you realize that NPP had a lot of votes, presidential votes, in the Central region. But when it came to parliamentary, it lacked in that.
Exactly.
So, you know, it plays into the bit about the free senior high school that you talked about.
Yeah.
It kind of sends the message that we believe that the president has some good ideas for us when it comes to education. But when it comes to the parliamentary representatives, we are not too sure. So it shouldn't be too surprising, again, that going into this year's general election, there was that big fight about the Asin North constituency. Because the NPP knew that it didn't do well in terms of the parliamentary seats. And so if it had the opportunity to grab as many seats as possible in the parliamentary area, it needed to do that. The reason we saw what happened, the drama with the Asin North MP.
Okay, so I'll tell you, the Central region is my favorite region because of how it has a mind of its own. We'll cross over now to some of the rally videos and then come back and continue.
Yes, we're actually going to Medina right now.
Awesome.
Last time, the last 28 years, but one of
So basically, those were live updates from the Medina constituency, where the NDC is currently having its final mammoth rally. But my colleague Beatrice and I have been walking you through the numbers as to why these two major political parties have decided to have their final rallies in the greater Accra region of all the regions. Now, remember that about 20% of the total votes cast comes from the greater Accra region.
Who would want to vote with that?
Exactly.
And remember, joke with that.
Second?
Who would want to joke with that?
Understandable, especially when, as a ruling party, you know that you've lost that in the previous elections. Yeah. You'd want to up your game and ensure that you are getting quite a significant portion of the votes there. Now, a lot of people have asked, why didn't the NPP have their rally at Dom Kwabenya, where they have about 182,000 votes for them from the constituency? That has basically 182,000 people there. We know that that is a stronghold of the NPP. All you need to do is to win the NPP primaries and you are automatically the incoming MP for the area. So why didn't the NPP decide to hold their rally there? Because one would say it would have helped them attract more numbers, so to speak. However, others have also argued that, well, it just shows you that indeed maybe the Dumelo factor is really eating in, and that was an opportunity to maybe rally more support locally for that particular constituency to ensure that they do not lose it. We know how this hang parliament has been. The numbers matter, and ensuring that you protect and save as many seats as you can is crucial to prevent this hang. What do you think?
Indeed. I mean, I agree totally with that. And again, I'll go back to my earlier statements about the University of Ghana, where you have a number of students there. And somebody would say that if you want to spread a message and you go to the market, you're very sure that it's going to cut across. So if you are in a place where you know students can connect to other students as well, you want to take advantage of that, not just the immediate numbers that are there, but also the influence those could have on their colleagues who are in other places, and the chances you would have at getting more going into this year's general election.
Exactly. And the NDC as well didn't go to Ashaiman, which would have also made some sense, because it's also a stronghold and they have significant numbers. But they're also arguing that, well, Medina also is a stronghold for them. They have Xavier Sosude, who's doing some good work, and a very active member of parliament who's been in the forefront of the country's politics and whipped up some very good support. They are hoping to use this also as an opportunity to establish that region particularly for them. We'll go through some more numbers. They just shows you Medina, 158,000 votes coming from there, and the NDC, of course, is quite in a comfortable lead in that constituency. We know that it's a very NDC constituency stronghold. And Bella, so what do you think, Medina?
Well, interesting one. And I mean, we've been talking about Francis Xavier Sosu. Of course, he's the incumbent there. But again, for the NPP, Robert Lamte, who's popularly known as Okumkom, is the one that is contesting, hoping that he can unseat the NDC incumbent. But he's also had a number of accusations and allegations leveled against him and his company as well with regards to illegal mining. And these are just allegations as well, understandably so, especially since we're going into elections. So is it really going to inure to, the benefits of the NDC or not? There was actually an NDC, candidate in there who decided to go independent. And then eventually he was sacked or suspended by the party over misconduct, etc. But now he says he's come back to the party. So we have those two people, Robert Lamte and Francis Xavier Sosu, who are going head-to-head in the constituency. And even it's going to be an interesting fight. I mean, looking at the amount of work and visibility that Francis Xavier Sosu has had, not only with regards to the work within the constituency, but also his work in Parliament concerning other very important issues, affirmative action bill, and a number of other things as well. Do you think that that is enough to secure him another win in Parliament, or could the NPP grasp this seat?
No, relatively, Medina is a relative safe seat, both presidential and parliamentary, this time around for the NDC.
This time around?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The reason I say this is that, I mean, when you disaggregate the data, for presidential, they've never had a problem. Okay. They've had issues at the parliamentary side. But if you look at how they voted for Sosu in the last election, I think relatively the NDC is likely to do well and to maintain that seat.
There's not going to be a surprise like we saw Alhaji Sadiq Boniface in 2016. I mean, he decided to move from Salaga to come to Medina. We're not going to see that with Robert Lamte.
So. I think Medina is a relatively safe seat.
For the NDC?
Yeah, both presidential and parliamentary for the NDC.
Well, let's go to Ayawaso West Walgon then, because we seem to be focusing on those two.
Yeah.
And then maybe later, if there's time, we'll go to Dom Kwabenya. But Ayawaso West Walgon,
yes.
Is it falling into the laps of the NDC or not?
It's a toss-up.
Okay.
That seat is on. It's going to be one of the closest of constituencies where we have to try and take a look at the result from that constituency. The reason is that there has been, if you even look at the margins, whether from 2012 or 2016, it has always been closed. Okay. But this time around, I think that both of them have an equal chance of winning that seat. So it is not a done deal for any party. The NPP can win, the NDC can win. So it's a whose message can go very well, can go down to the people, and who can make their mind.
Now, Dom Kwabenya, because Michael had mentioned earlier that if you look at the numbers, it's one of the constituencies that has the largest number of people. And so ideally, if you're looking to secure, your stronghold, then Dom Kwabenya in the Greater Accra region should definitely be one of the areas that the NPP could look up to. Now, there have been conversations about how shaky it could be for the MPP, especially because Honorable Adjo Asafo is not representing the MPP in that constituency. Then there's Michael Quay Jr., who's representing them. Is he a strong enough candidate to maintain MPP's dominance in Dom Kwabenya?
Yeah, I mean, he's relatively strong. If your father is Professor Michael Quay, I mean, he counts with that aura.
Okay.
But what I would say is that Dom Kwabenya are probably the largest in terms of voter in the whole, largest constituency in Ghana in terms of registered voters.
Yes.
But when it comes to the parliamentary, there has been a slight shift, even in 2020, away from the NPP. But on the whole, I think Okoye Jr. will pull through slightly.
Slightly?
Slightly.
You said that there's been a slight shift from the NPP.
From the NPP.
What's the reason, and at what point did this shift start, happening?
Because of the movement of people toward that, I mean, it's not a constituency that can say that it was once a relatively safe constituency for the NPP. But I think maybe because of that large movement of voters into that constituency within a very short time, currently topping the national, the #1 constituency in terms of voter registration, I think the dynamics has changed. They have changed a bit.
So it's not really about Adwoa Safo because she gave them the highest numbers. I mean, if you look at it relatively, let's look at 2012 when she came on the scene, 63.7%. 2016, 67.99%. In 2020, however, she didn't do too well compared to her previous performance, 58.4%. And many people are attributing it to Elikpili Makurugu in that constituency. She became very popular all of a sudden in the 2020 elections as well. But there was still quite a stretch, 20,000 votes difference between Adwoa Safo and Elikpili. But she seems to have garnered a lot of attention in that constituency. And that's why a number of people are saying, including some pollsters I've heard, say that if Adwoa Safo is not the one representing them, then it just might not fall on the laps of the NPP.
No,
just briefly, we have to go to the rally.
Yeah, because it's a two-edged sword. Sometimes if you stay for too long because something voter fatigue or candidate fatigue. So if Adwoa Safo has overstayed, it has its other effect as well.
Well, Elvis Efriye, anchor of the NDC, is addressing the crowd now in Medina, and so let's head back.
John Dramani Mahama. Choboy! Are you ready for the handsome man? Are you ready for the handsome man? Let's welcome John Dumelo to the stage. Choboy! Choboy! Ayazu! I am going to be very brief. Today is the last but one day in opposition. 7 December, let us all come out and vote. Let us all bring your family, your friends, everybody in your community to come and vote for the NDC. Let us send the elephant back into the bush. Choboy! Ayawasu West is coming under NDC on the 7th of December. Dominic Wabenya is coming under NDC on the 7th of December. Greater Accra, we are sweeping it across. Choboy! When they bring the money, take it. When they bring the rice, take it. When they bring the salt, take it. When they bring everything, take it and vote against them. Because 7 December, we are resetting Ghana to the right direction. Thank you so much. I love you and I die for you.
Ayazu! We have another woman. I see her in Parliament already. Let's welcome Elikpili Makurugu, our principal Dominic Wabenya.
Well, John Dumelo, the parliamentary candidate for the NDC in Ayaso West Wuogon, this time around finds himself in Medina, and he addressed the crowd as well. And we have a number of other NDC, supporters and members also addressing the crowd. So very interesting scenes there. We keep telling you that at the same time, the NPP is also holding its rally, and we'll bring you pictures from the Ayaso West Wuogon like we've done earlier, just so you can get a fair understanding of what's happening in both areas. If you're one of those floating voters who's yet to decide who to vote for. But the coverage continues. This is your election command center. Ghana Decides, and Eben is still here. Maybe we can just go back to the earlier conversation about Elikpili Makurugu in the Dom Kwabenya constituency and whether she can pull. You are saying that it's still going to fall for Michael Quaid Jr.
Yes, but it will be tighter around this time than the previous election.
Okay,
so Michael Quaid Jr. will win, but probably the margins will reduce.
Based on his father's influence, because his father was an MP in the area for a number of years.
Aside that, I think generally economic condition currently favors the NDC slightly.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's head back to Ayawaso West Wuogon constituency, precisely the stadium at the University of Ghana. The NPP is holding its rally at the moment. Take a look.
Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Briefly. Your Excellency, our President, the National Chairman, the General Secretary, and the leadership.
leadership of the party, and she's present. Our running mate, our incoming vice president, who is seated. And then arriving shortly, the incoming president, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. The election before us is an election between hope and hopelessness. The election between us is a contest between the future and the past. The election before us is destiny vote. Minianum obi wo ona wo hwemena abatu na da yanim no yeda chiaba ballot paper ne so free SHS the number 1 our ballot paper ne so ballot paper ne so wajuma sam at the number 1 our ballot paper ne so ballot paper ne so the mining sector any nyuma yebe bie ediama mebu ewo at the number 1 and a ballot paper ne so Dr. Bawumia na po sika onso bemana buy and some as mlantia ne mabawa at the number 1 wenya batwa ye nkukon ketenketi abatwo we enye nkukon ketenketi abatwo na Misrau and Fawudachi and Kwankogru atople Susuma etaya batuachi and he said Sawotu abani here a blow out minya and Suswa papa.
So that's Sami Ewuku. And Sami Ewuku himself is a parliamentary candidate representing the NPP in Ekuapem as well, and Ekuapem North. And he says that he's hoping to secure 70% of the votes. He was acclaimed as a parliamentary candidate for that area for the NPP. But while he's addressing the crowd, Sam George, the parliamentary candidate and incumbent MP for Ningo Prampram, is also addressing the NDC crowd. So let's listen to what he also has to say.
Ayazu, if you love the children of Ghana, if you love our family values, if you love your faith as a Christian, if you love your faith as a Muslim, if you love your faith even as a traditionalist, you know that we do not support homosexuality. Napo must account for the money he took from UNESCO to introduce comprehensive sexuality education. Bawumia should tell us why he has not taken a stand against Akufo-Addo on the LGBTQ matter. On Saturday, we will vote for against them and vote to make sure that we end corruption.
Indeed, it's a no-no for Bawumia. Thank you so much. It's a no-no for Bawumia.
Thank you. Are you ready for change? Are you ready to end the corruption? Are you ready to end the suffering? Are you ready to reset Ghana? The youth of Ghana, are you here? Are you charged for victory? Are you afraid of everybody? Let's welcome the army and the general of the Green Army, General himself, George Akufo-Addo.
The Green Army.
So, boy, do we have the youth here? Arise, Ghana youth, for your country. The nation demands your devotion. Let us all unite to oppose and make her great and strong. We are all
some patriotism as display there in Medina as well. We're going to hear from the National Youth Organizer of the NDC shortly, but the conversations are still ongoing. Sam George earlier spoke, and he's also asking for, the vice presidential candidate of the NPP as well as the presidential candidate to declare really why, first of all, some monies were taken to start the, the syllabus on, family values education, and also why Dr. Bawumia has not taken a stance against President Akufo-Addo on LGBTQ.
I think one thing that is good for Ghana, I've always said that Ghana is blessed in a way. We are not so strong when it comes to voting. We are not the social issues and the cultural issues that plague the West, the UK, in the US. We don't have that one here. We have what is more concerned to us generally are issues about
economy.
Yes, living standard of living. Yeah. And I mean our roads, infrastructure. These are the main things that concerns us. Okay, so I think in spite of all the announcements and what Sam George wants Dr. Bawumia to speak about, I think generally Ghanaians want to see an improved economy, an improved healthcare system, a situation where our roads are well constructed. Yeah. I think these are the top issues. Yeah. Okay, the other issues are a bit minor.
They are not as important.
Yes,
I mean, understandably so. If you look at Global Info Analytics, over time, if you look at the polls that they've conducted, it's been about the economy, about jobs, and about education. Those are the top three. Afrobarometer reports about 70% and more of Ghanaians are looking at the economy as well. And so that's really their focus. But we're going to cross back to the NPP as their rally is also ongoing at the University of Ghana Stadium.
Please, all those on this side of the aisle, could you please make your way? Please, all those on this side of the aisle. Thank you very much. Toboy, Bawumia Bako, vote to New Bebre. DJ, Bawumia Bako, vote to New Bebre. Bawumia Bako. Vote to New Bebre. Yadamwase. Yes. Yeah. Vote to New Bebre. Bawumia Bako. Yeah. Show me your one. Show me your one. Show me your one. Show me your one. Number one. Fortune Bebre. Fortune Bebre. Yeah. You're number one. Show me your one. Show your one. Oh, my Mebako. Mama Bebre. What to Mebako? Mama one. What to Mebako? What to Bebre? Bawumia Bako. That's what I say. DJ, thank you very much. Thank you, DJ. At this point, Toboy, I want you to listen carefully. At this point, we are in our midst.
I can tell you that the atmospheres are charged at both the University of Ghana rally by the NPP and also at Medina. And Hannah Bisu, who is a women's organizer for the opposition National Democratic Congress, is currently addressing the crowd. I want us to go back to Medina and take a listen and indeed watch what's happening over there.
Ballot papers. Ballot papers empire the Bamaya so Edrum Resa was Yanchim na Yangu Yankunim Diana. I find the Besoma Yabechem, Ayachinya, one watching Yabiama Chinya so Ayachinya, Chinyano, Ahwania Besom, Nada Ben Yabepia, Yadia Copromoti.
Yadika inkinim, near the teaching Yadan Chaya, Naya we are Kunim dear, Naya we are here dear, Naya we are home, Naya we are found with dear, Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Balakatidibe, Shekatidi. Ezu. At this moment, I have the honor to invite my colleague member of parliament, a man I call Terminator 1, the smooth operator, the COVID operator. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablako?
Ayazu, Ayaza, Ayazuza, Ayazuzazu, MFA, Ehejo, the people of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has
North Tongue MP is on the screens right now, Honorable Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa. I believe we should go back and still listen to what he's saying.
Now Ghanaians have seen the difference. They claim they are pursuing bold solutions. The people pursuing bold solutions are commissioning E-Gates. Our nation builder, he builds an iconic airport which wins international awards. So who is really pursuing bold solutions? No other person than His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. They also claim that they are the party of possibilities. Yeah, they are right. Bizarre possibilities. Who will have thought that you can dig a hole for 339 million Ghana cedis? Who will have thought that you can pay $2.5 million for Sputnik V vaccines manufactured in Russia to sheikhs, shonky sheikhs from Dubai? Who will have thought that you can pay $12 million for Palugu Dam that doesn't exist? Bizarre possibilities. Who will have thought that the DRIP project, which should not have cost us more than $76 million, they are paying from our taxes over $178 million. Yes, bizarre possibilities. Who will have thought that there will be a functioning presidential jet and President Akufo-Addo will charter 20,000 euros an hour jet, squander our resources? Who will have thought that you can demolish dozens of national assets from the bungalows of judges, the Judicial Training Institute, the Shraj, bungalows, passport, head office, scholarship secretariat, the Malian ambassador's residence, just to dig a hole? Yes, they are indeed the party of bizarre possibilities. We are the party of transformation, the party of development, the party that brings progress, the party that cares for the people. That is who we are, and that is who John Dramani Mahama is. Ladies and gentlemen, this election is about accountability. Akufo-Addo is doing everything to impose his puppets and his poodle in Baumia so that he will escape accountability. But he lies bad. Operation Recover All Loot is coming for them. They will pay for the state capture. They will pay for the dissipation of our resources. They will pay for the corruption. Everybody will pull out their monies from under their beds. The Sicilia Dapa syndrome is coming to an end. they will account for their crimes, their atrocities against the Ghanaian people. Operation Recover All Loot is going to happen. President Akufo-Addo will not get insurance. He will not get protection from imposing his poodle and his puppet on us. Can you imagine when President Akufo-Addo said he was going to protect the public purse? We didn't know that we will spend all our time protecting the public purse from him. Can you imagine that? When Baumia said that the era of single sourcing and inflated contracts is coming to an end, we didn't know that what he actually meant is that when it is single sourcing of his brother's company, Resource Access Limited, which has won over $200 million in contracts under dubious single source circumstances, that one he doesn't see it, that one he doesn't criticize it, that one he doesn't talk about it, that one he doesn't stop it. But their time is up. The Ghanaian people have made up their mind. Operation Recover All Loot is coming. President John Dramani Mahama is going to recover the over $5 billion that they have stolen from the Ghanaian people. Let us be vigilant. God bless you all.
Thank you. The investigator of our time. Thank you so much, Honorable. Are you ready?
And that's the interceptor, like some people call him, Honorable Sam Okujeto Ablakwa, MP for North Tongue. He's looking to secure another term in Parliament. But we're heading back to the NPP now, and that's what we're going to be doing, crisscrossing, especially because both events are happening at the same time. And for the sake of our viewers, we need to show you exactly what's happening at both locations. But very interesting that he's still not backing down on, you know, all the expose. That he's been involved in with regards to the NPP.
And he found a way to bring in the National Cathedral. What we should do with a whole, as the NDC man who is charging supporters there. And it's interesting how the NDC is strategically using the outspoken members within it to ensure that it sends certain messages across. We heard Hannah Bisu earlier, and the emphasis she was making on the everyday life of Ghanaians and how she thought that it is time for everybody to decide that we don't want this kind of life, we need to move forward. And then, like you just said, Okujeto Ablakwa re-emphasizing what he's been preaching all this while, that, listen, we need to go after these individuals. There is a need for accountability. And so, I mean, for a final rally, you would expect that these individuals who do as much as they can to send their messages across. Who knows? Maybe nobody has heard it. This is the time for them to hear it.
Probably so. But the concern for lots of Ghanaians is if he will continue with this interception and exposés, if his party should be in power. He has reiterated the fact that he's still going to continue with his exposés, whether his party is in power or not, whether it involves members belonging to his party or not. But we're yet to see. That really depends on who eventually emerges winner
and
of
when
the
the
elections.
is
And
given.
if that happens, that's when we'll be able to judge if he's still going to expose his members. Because, I mean, when it comes to the issue of corruption, the NDC is equally or has equally had its fair share of corruption scandals in the past. And so if they should come, we cannot guarantee that there won't be any scandal. And if that's the case, would he boldly come out? And of course, almost every Saturday morning, we see him here on the Key Points talking extensively about how many documents he has intercepted, giving details, you know, to the letter. And so is he going to continue with that if his party should come into power?
Because at the end of the day, there are people who have also argued that in as much as these exposés are fantastic, they are helping people to see what's going on. Is there also not a political interest behind it? And so if it is within your party, are you going to continue to do that? Will you wash the dirty linen of your party in public? And that's what all of us wait to see, really, whether that would happen should the NDC win power come December 7, which is just on Saturday, less than 48 hours away.
Well, one of their key messages is oral, Operation Recover All Loot. It's in the NDC's manifesto, and they're saying that they're going to ensure that they recover. Because, again, the other conversation has been, so all these monies have been squandered. Now, when or if the NDC comes back into power, are they going to be able to recover all these monies and prosecute the people if they are found guilty all these people who have been fingered in all these corruption scandals. Will that happen? Well, the NDC has included that in their manifesto. If you listen to, Movement for Change, Honorable Alan Chamati, he also says that there's going to be a special czar or prosecutor
and
who's also going
who's
also going to ensure that the office of the special prosecutor, which is not going to be necessarily their office, but rather as a czar, is also going to ensure that all issues concerning corruption are dealt with the way Ghanaians are expecting as well.
Yeah.
I mean, on the part of the NPP, I may be wrong, but I'm not sure I've heard much about the issue of corruption and how they intend to deal with it. But I'm sure that they also do have a plan with regards to what they intend to do. Have they done it under the Akufo-Addo government? That's also where the question mark is.
Exactly. That is one of the reasons people would decide, okay, if I give my vote to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, will it be all... I mean, are we going to see the promises he's giving us now, or is it going to be as we've seen before? Because he's been in power for the past almost 8 years now. And so what is it going to be really something different? And we've seen his manifesto as well, bold solutions. We heard the NDC representatives who spoke earlier criticizing, even Sami Okujeto that we just heard actually spoke about it, that he's speaking about bold solutions and going to launch e-gate, and yet we have other corrupt activities there. And so we really want to see what all these individuals want to do. The NDC, you talked about the manifesto, but one of the things that it's looking forward to is that big push that is saying is going to have about $10 billion to invest in infrastructure. I mean, continue projects that have been abandoned and all of that. Again, it's also about money. If we're saying the economy is broke and the country is in a bad state, how are we going to do that if the NDC wins within the first 4 years of that government? And so it's not going to be easy for either of the parties that would win this general election.
Well, let's head back to Medina at this point, and it looks like we're going to be spending the whole night listening to messages from various individuals within the NPP and the NDC. You know what? Maybe let's go back to the NPP, because the national chairman of the party is addressing the crowd now.
Namum F say Ochinachi ya yakoto aba na yabesen yahia se oba bako eyemu ma to accept our faith and our belief in the new patriotic party. And sana yakwakoyi your next president in the person of Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. Kukrudu, Kukrudu. Yo, yakane sawiye no. Yakane sawiye no. Membasa me di kasa be shemu bebre. Nipa bebre wo ha e wo so mo kasa. Enti me de nkranhye na as national chairman. Me hye obia nkran say a few days aka yekwakoto abai. Ama bibia mu moabamu. Ama moabamu mu ekwan bia so. Efri say nkonimdie ayeye ndia. Abawie, abawie, abawie. Achinye jebia ni ho obia ntimi nji sa victory no ho achinye nkunumde bia ni ho mitimi ka sa time aso mitimi ka sa time aso kokuru wole me va ka sa nhemo me de anije ene jamo monjimoni.
The national chairman of the governing New Patriotic Party, Stephen Ayesu, in team are charging the people on to vote for, of course, the NPP's flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and I believe the parliamentary candidate as well. They are in Ayawaso West Wogon, and yeah, so they are not leaving anything to chance at all.
He says time or so.
Time as soon, yes.
Time as soon to Tuaba, or because I was a little confused when I heard him say that.
Yeah, I thought you understood, so I wanted to come to you.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not a spokesperson, but I guess he's trying to say that it's time for them to cast their ballots, and so it's time maybe to bring Dr. Bawumia into...
To break the 8.
Yeah, probably. Are they even still going with the tag break the 8? Especially because that could confuse...
Actually, today I haven't heard it, but...
I haven't heard it since they occupied the #1 spot on the ballot paper, because they also do not want to confuse their voters.
Anyway,
and so that's important that, you know, now they're saying what's #1?
#1.
And then I've heard the NDC say breaking the 8 to secure the 8 to whatever the 8. I mean, it's also very confusing up there. But vote for who you believe is the best for you. But Beatrice, we have to cross over to the NDC.
Yes,
grounds.
yes, and we do have one of the senior executives of the NDC as well addressing the crowd in Medina, the stronghold of the opposition party. Let's just go and take a look at what's happening there.
John Dramani Mama Lazo on the 7th December. Asuba 7 December. Allah bashi nasara. Kaba John Dramani Zu Kakare Sasu Kabashi za Makala na don gudu. La gode muku. Salamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you. Boy, mama, let me see awesome. Mama, Chabai, mama, yeah, John, mama, yeah, Chabai, Ayasu. No PNC for electoral commission NPP Yamafim. Amusama is Excellency John Dramani Man, the NDC policy Aribano and Ghana. So we invite the PNC leadership, Namuna Bekasa, Honorable Mohamed, also Accra, Chabai, PNC for they are supporting the NDC, they are voting boom, and the Vice Excellency John Dramani Joe Dwight.
If you love Ghana and you know, clap your hands. If you love Ghana and you know, clap your hands. If you love Ghana and you really love Ghana, clap your hands. Choboy. Choboy. 2024. Ghana has decided for John Dramani Mahama as President of the Republic of Ghana. Since our disqualification from contesting the 2024 elections, it took only one brave and courageous person to chide the Electoral Commission and to tell the truth that Bernard Mona and the PNC are more worthy than some of the people on the ballot, and John Dramani Mahama is the only person that could say that. Since the National Executive Committee's declaration that the PNC should join John Dramani Mahama for president, we have gone about 11 regions, and what we see is that Ghana has decided and that change has come to Ghana. It is just a day from today that we'll be casting our ballot. And we of the PNC urges every Ghanaian who is desirous of getting employment for the young ones in our society to see the 24-hour economic proposal by John Ramani Mahama as a veritable program that will secure jobs for the millions of Ghanaian youths. We have no doubt.
Bernard Mona, who was hoping to find his face on the ballot paper, unfortunately got disqualified by the EC, speaking at the NDC rally. And just a day or two ago, he and his party declared their support for the NDC. And so not surprising to see him there. But let's head over now to the NPP rally grounds. The General Secretary for the party is also speaking, Justin Frimpong Kodia. Let's listen to him.
Cheap politics, religious discrimination, and Obasomodeba. Yampre, Yambaninsi, December 7th, Saturday, Ayanim Diabatu and Yakwakoto, and now religious discrimination. Onyanum, Jamidi Jamonese, we are winning the elections. 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 Nothing can change it. Nothing can stop our victory. Nothing can change it. Nothing can stop our victory. Baumia is the incoming president. Baumia is the incoming president. Nothing will change it. NDC cannot stop it. Choboy, Choboy, Kukudu, Kukudu. Yera Baumia. The Ghana for see and cancer on the side. Abaya Kwakotuno, Dachi Abanya Kotu. Penibia Kase me, or say, Amayoni, say, oh, money to me, shall say, Obasabo and Mabasro 2 million. Yakotu Aba, Yatuama Baumia, and him say, Yera large Baumia, 2028, Obasaba Yanumbium. Yera Kokwa Ketenkete, the one son by Yanumbium. So when you to me now, he will never be accountable to us. If he said 4 years back and obey me, I call. Asama, ye busa Ghana for one say 4 and 8, then I'll pay. 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 And 8 no, and I didn't kunim. We are going. Heaven knows where we are going. We know we will get there. Heaven knows how. We are going. Heaven knows where we are going. We know we will.
Justin Frimpong Kodia also testing his vocals on stage with that song, the very popular song. They are going. They know they're going, and they know they will get there. That's what the NPP is saying. I'm not sure where, but I believe that for them.
The song says, heaven knows where we are going.
So heaven is the only one who can determine who will win at the end of the December 7 election. So I guess that's why they chose that song. Yeah. Really. So at the moment, it's only God who knows.
Exactly.
Yeah, the finality of the elections.
Perhaps.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Or maybe not. You never know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's confident, though, that the NPP would win. I mean, he kept saying that the NPP is winning this election, and it's not the first time that you would hear him say that. So, well, I want to believe that both parties have done their own studies. They've done their own research on the ground. They know, in fact, the truth is that even before the elections, they know whether they are winning or losing because they have their own internal research and stuff. So, but obviously, if you know you're losing, you can't come out to say that I'm losing. You still want to charge the crowd on and at least getting as many as possible to vote for you, irrespective of whatever you've seen ahead of the polls.
Well, it really depends. I mean, if you look at the polls, there are some that favor the NPP, there are some that favor the NDC, and then there are some that also favor the NPP but says that there's going to be a runoff. Yeah. That's Professor Smart Sapon. And so really, I guess that it's mixed reactions or mixed feeling at the moment because they're not really sure whether it's really going in their favor or not. But you cannot be on that stage and not be confident. I mean,
yes.
You really have to charge the crowd. This is your opportunity
and
to change the minds of floating voters, undecided voters. You cannot come on there with very low energy. you have to do your best. Well, we have some musicians also performing at the moment for both parties as well. Understandably so.
I think they are monitoring each other, perhaps, what's going on each camp, because when the women's organizer was on for the NDC, we had Samia Uku, a former national youth organizer, also for the NPP being on, and both individuals on both platforms are really strong, vociferous individuals for their respective parties.
Well, let's take a look at some of the performances and then see how charged the crowd is with regards to that.
Hello! Hello! Do we have our sister Teresa Winnie here? Are you ready for Teresa? Obana! Obana! Give it up to her. Let me see your head. 1, 2. Show. Are you ready? Choboy! 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 Hey, Yesu! We are Mizu! We are Miza! Are you ready for power? Show your hands! 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 Hey, Yesu! We are ready to reset the nation. We will not toy with the destiny of our nation any longer. ASU, are you ready to sweep voters to the police stations? Are you ready to sacrifice your time? It is going to be worth it. The child that needs a pad is pleading with you. The market women are pleading with you. Those whose banks have collapsed are pleading with you. Let's vote for change. Let's vote for change. Let's vote for change. Okay, we are sucking the elephant to the bush. Thank you. I love you. Thank you, and the people of Okankwe North are grateful. Thank you. Are the people of Adantan here? Adantan to the world. Adantan, let me see, let me see, let me see. Adantan, you have the finest MP. Let's welcome our member of parliament who is still maintained.
Can you see victory? Can you smell victory? Inshallah, on Saturday, we are going to change. Choboy, Choboy, Inyamime, Greater Accra about determined election there. Greater Accra about determined election. Kaja 92, every party need win or Greater Accra and win or general elections. She in the last election 2020 will win Greater Accra. She was now president here because we won by a small margin. Makpanya Fai, Afine, Nyaha, Niwaha, NPP, a gap of 250,000-300,000 ya Greater Accra. If we can deliver more than 53% in Greater Accra, it is a done deal. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is coming back as president. Choboy, Choboy, Choboy. On Saturday, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will be the president-elect. However, John Dramani Mahama, he needs a comfortable working majority in Parliament. If you vote for Mahama Zoo, then you vote for the PC. John Mahama, PC. John Mahama, PC. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Adantan is not going anywhere. We are taking it again.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen.
Adamu Ramadan, and he is the MP for Adentan constituency and also the parliamentary candidate. He's hoping that he can secure another term. That's the same constituency that Akosia Menu, the deputy CEO of the National Youth Authority, is also running and hoping that she can also win the seat for them.
Gets that seat.
Yeah, let's see.
She's been in the news for some time.
She has. She's done quite a lot. Very visible as well. So let's see how it goes for them. All the best to both of them. But earlier also, we heard from Teresa Awuni. Okankwe North. That's also a very interesting constituency, especially because if you look at the NPP parliamentary candidate in that area, it's Nanama Doko Esiama. She is the MP for Kiapim North at the moment. Yeah. But when it was time for them to hold their primaries, they decided to bring her to Okankwe North to run in that constituency. So it's also another interesting one as well to look out for, especially because Teresa Awuni unseated Issa Hussaini, who represented the NPP in 2016. So quite a number of constituencies that we'll be closely watching and monitoring, just so we can give you some info. But Sami Jemfi is speaking, and of course, I'm sure nobody wants to miss that as well. Let's head back to the NPP NDC rally ground.
Oya kwai mahama, osiadai mahama, empuntu nyuma ramahama, wabeji yefri abusuefo insem choboy. Eyezu, Ghana fo nyina so mo pensesa. Nansesa no so beba mpa because enne Ghana for omodo omujam no munim se ne sisi omo se omo hwe omo tetrem no ma yade an ye hwe ya tetrem ni ayade an because they say dear Ghana enye na nko na ahokyere ba ya che choboy but ahokyere we dear awuchire we dia asofo obi nim na kai o se abruzo choboy ena woto wa yanyadan yanto ufriso yanyadan yantua boys choboy na juma wana na fine girls neso wana me papa cho ena emono yetimi pa mama preso dokro bako 1 city ena dokro bako 3 cities dokro bako 5 cities dokro bako 7 cities dokro bako 10 cities cho boy ya my school ti fie pa aduma omunya aduma nya ye bisa Dr. Bawomia die no woma mabunu a ose owo sisifiani bi choboy sisifiani epe ye peduma na ye pe sisifia Ghana fo come there ye kan Bawomia say nyame na shira ye Bawomia say nyame shira woni Samira ena ahye yen. Will we vote for these people again? Never. They will never respect the people of this country if we make that mistake. Choboy, omoba, omosi yetisika so diai, omosi yetisika so diai, omosi yatuaba mamwa, omoba ya 1 district, 1 village, 1 constituency. Choboy, me pa cha uzaka factory ana, na dam neswa, $1 million. This way, nani na 419. Na wenye bibia mawasi ya bwana krono. Enabo se ni na yehu. But I know here ni ko yemo ba monia. Na ya tenu levy. And that boys ko twa better. Ni ati omo batten like John Mahama is coming, and within his first 90 days in office, 11 obechem. Choboy, Betty Levino, Obechem, Kobe Levino, Obechem, Bola Levino, Obechem, Nayesika na, Mayuya, Ediogu among Paseno. John Mahama has a message for them. He's coming with Operation Recover All the Loot. Choboy, and you know one of the people who will lead Operation Recover All the Loot? Give it up to the Basin Talibor.
The Basin Taliban. The Basin Taliban.
Yesika. Baako the free omo. Yadebaya hospitals. Yadebesi suku adan. Yadebaya kwan papa. Yadebaya nsuo nwajuma. Yadebaya Women's Development Bank. Yadebaya Sanujuma. Yadebaya 24-hour economy. So don't give up. It's love with 2 days. Change is coming. Victory is coming. Joe Mama is coming. Oh boy. On that note, let me take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker. Joboy, are you ready for power? Are you ready for the Chief Executive Officer of the NDC? Then lift up your hands and shake your hands. Lift it, wave at me. Joboy,
the General of all generals,
the General Secretary.
The General
Secretary.
General Idi Amin is under him.
Secretary.
General Idi Amin is under him. The General of the NDC. The Chief Executive of the NDC.
The General Secretary. Voter regime, make some noise.
Whoa, let's welcome the Honorable Fifi Fiave Kwate.
Ezuzu, John,
Bodo,
John,
Bodo,
Amafa,
Mia,
Amafa, Mauana, Nyala wono, Alasewa Yona. Ojika mega Tobo Nele Yesu Bako Mauana Nyala Ono Ziwalesiwa Anyona. Thank you. My song just says that once you stand by the truth, God will fulfill his word. And the word of God concerning December 7 is that Ghana is due for victory. Ghana is due for change. Ghana is due for the coming back of John Dramani Mahama. And no power will stop it. I want to just spend 2 minutes, especially to talk to the young people of Ghana. December 7 is for you, the young people of our country. You have seen over the last 8 years what has happened to this beautiful country of Kwame Nkrumah and of Jerry John Rawlings. The suffering, the pain, the disappointment, the loss of hope, the total pain that has taken over our country. On 7 December, you need to come out in your numbers and make a statement once and for all that enough is enough. Ezu, your statement on Saturday must tell the NPP and the rest of the world that enough is enough. Ezu, don't take it for granted. The victory has not yet been won. We need to make sure that every single one of you takes it all the way to the very last minute of Saturday. Because the people we are fighting are desperate for themselves and will do anything to stay in power. So NDC and the rest of Ghana, the fight on Saturday is not an NDC fight. It's a fight for our country. We need to make sure that Ghana finds hope again on Saturday. The future of our young people depends on the victory of NDC come Saturday. Ezu, Saturday is a day of destiny.
Saturday is a day where Kwame Nkrumah, Jerry Rawlings, Prof. Mills, all of our ancestors will be watching to see how ready you are to fight for our country. As President Trump will say on Saturday, fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight, fight. Fight for Ghana. Fight for the soul of Ghana. Fight for the victory of this beautiful country. Because if we make the mistake and Baumia wins on Saturday, this country is virtually gone. NPP will say you can do anything and still manage to use money and steal an election. So it is a fight not for NDC, it is a fight for the very soul and survival and the future of our country. Eyezu, power belongs to the people. And on Saturday, you the people must take the power to yourselves. And in John Dramani Mahama, you are bringing somebody who has the humility and the simplicity to work for you and make sure we restore this country again. My final word is to the NDC. The reset of Ghana is not just about the taking over from the NPP. It is the reset of the NDC itself. NDC must understand that this is not business as usual. Ghana is not giving us an opportunity for us to come and do the nonsense that we have seen over the last 8 years. Charity must begin at home, and NDC must be the first to set that example. And John Mahama, I am sure, will lead that crusade. NDC, you must not disappoint Ghana. Ghana, NDC is the hope for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Give it to the Honorable Fifi Kwete, the General Secretary of the next ruling party, the NDC. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting to the peak of the program. We are getting to the climax of the program. At this juncture, we are going to call on the giant slayer, the executioner, the general of all generals. General Idi Amin is under him. General Petraeus is under him. Hey. All the chairmen are under him. Hey. He is going to deliver victory for us. Hey, the NDC is going to win the next election. Victory! Under the chairmanship of the general of all generals. By inviting the general, let me invite the campaign manager, Professor Joshua Alabi, to come to the stage with the chairman of the great NDC, General Asiedu Okatie.
And there's more action coming your way from Medina and also from the University of Ghana Sports Stadium. And we're going to keep covering and giving you all the updates. But at the moment, our job here is done. We're handing over to the next team. So this is where we sing, we are going, or we are not going.
We'll see you again.
Oh, okay.
But temporarily.
Yes.
Yes.
Of course. Yeah, we should be back tomorrow at 12 p.m. till
yes,
6.
we should.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, my name is Perle Mundi.
And I am Michael Obodu.
My name is Beatrice Edu. Thank you so much for staying with us, but continue to stay with us because we've got some more for you.
Yeah, and Kennedy Japan is on at the moment. Let's listen to him.
Hospital insurance kuranu Dr. Hweno. Osikaniko Hospital insurance kuranu Dr. Hweno. Answa Emma a pimfo ko hospital. Awo kanu amoja tunu no. Dr. Timihwe nanim no wawu na ne ba no so wawu. Efise oniska. Ana President Kofo e di free maternal care buy from Ada oba no banyam. Kopim se obewo no oko hospital e free. Choboy. Answa President Kofo Sabre no empenfo amuwo mu ha mo bedi adanse ese enkola ekosku anu omo so nkonwa ene kosku ene wodi capitation grant buy You're filling all the classrooms with chairs, tables. And kola koskuya. Womunya baby tina. And so what be President Kufuor Kroya and what this school feeding by. So we and kola waha. Emwa duaso ekoskuya. Eduasa enkosku. Ena meduane keka ombedienti. Ena what this school feeding so by. When you know, I would like a buys and second term no. And a Ghana for a buffalo or my more day, young Tuaba, a honor President Mills, at the key advantage. Of course, say, oh, Minianom, our lanyum there. I'm a say, may Yam Sumuni, may a Hobrasini, unto Abamam, now to Mama. Ghana Benjamin to my prefra. National health insurance no memeba one-time premium. Obian tuabia utuaba kwa untuabia mkosiso obewu. Sane siya na. Sane siya na. Ebiam oba ose electricity otumitua no majiso debi ensu otumitua debi petrol otumitua debi. I'm a metodo boom, boom, boom. Oba 6 weeks. I say, Ebe, President Kufuor wire zo. Oma ensure buasuko suru boom, electricity boom, petrol boom. Na watching siapeo. Mesremo. Sabrani ye womu biemuno. Ha? Ewiasi away. Achadie bia ni wiasia. Onipa da sani betimi di acho obaka kire ose ko school free. Motie ni ye. Choboy. Na lienti amijina hati tiru any free SHS NT. Free SHS. Mami kama sembi. Answer Makasa Monsema President Kufuor.
Tiger, they will still die anyway because they will die of hunger and thirst. And so, the message is clear. Let them get down and face the consequences of their own actions for the past 8 years. But they are very, very unrepentant. Even with only 48 hours remaining, they still want to conduct themselves with impunity. Everywhere in the past 1 week, wherever NDC has been trying to organize a function, they use state powers to undermine that. But let them understand this message, that whether we hold a rally or we don't hold a rally, the people of Ghana have decided. And the decision is that John Dramani Mahama is the next president of the Republic of Ghana. And NDC is at the verge of making history. The National Democratic Congress is going to be the first political party in the history of this country that will generate the first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana. And it's already happening live. But finally, ladies and gentlemen, I want to urge you, all of a sudden, NPP itself have found reason to campaign for President John Dramani Mahama and to campaign and urge you to work and campaign against our parliamentary candidates. tell them that we have seen through all their tricks. President Mahama is going back into office with a solid majority in Parliament. We are not going to fall for the tricks of the skirt and blouse people. We are voting President Mahama and voting our parliamentary candidates. And standing here and having worked with the 276 parliamentary candidates of this party across the country, I am convinced that we are returning back into office with a very strong majority in Parliament. I want to thank all the parliamentary candidates for the hard work they have put in so far. I want to thank all the party executives from national to foot soldiers. I thank you very much for being part of this total mobilization of NDC. But let us crown it with a solid vote and then be prepared to defend the people's verdict. I don't want to go on anymore because you have work to do tomorrow to prepare for the D-Day. So let me reserve the rest of what I have to say so that we will meet again. We will surely meet again with a bigger gathering than this. And that day will be a day of celebration. That day will be a day of the celebration of the second independence of this country. I am not talking about policy again. But as far as I'm concerned, the reset of our state institutions, our institutions of governance, our institutions of accountability, our institutions that manage the natural resources of this country, their resetting is far more important than isolated development projects.
And what did it? Mama Muremfi, the only political party Oba Ghana for who told you can beat NPP. The Mesramo Mokono Dr. Baomia Montoma Dr. Baomia. Now young Kuyanim, the Dabase, Yamishra Bunya.
You see the difference, we say I am born to lead you.
Andy Doste Baomia Bako Baomia Bako Monsieur Baomia Bako Yo Dinah Samoa, are you ready? Nyamimu and ya wachidia see a bedding kunim. Young boy Bonina Nisa Nyame ever shining one Monyam. Evangelist Dinah Samoa.
A young boy named Muhammadu Baumia grew up unaware that his path would one day lead him to the heart of Ghana's political and economic transformation. His story begins here, where tradition and ambition intersected. Born in 1963 to a prominent family in northern Ghana, Muhammadu Baumia's upbringing was steeped in discipline and education. His father, Alhaji Mumuni Baumia, was a teacher and one of the country's first northern politicians. From an early age, the young Bawumia understood the power of education to shape lives and communities. After excelling at Tamale Secondary School, Bawumia earned scholarships to study abroad, eventually achieving a doctorate in economics from Simon Fraser University in Canada. His academic journey would soon position him as one of Ghana's brightest minds in economics. Returning to Ghana, Dr. Bawumia began his career at the Bank of Ghana, where his expertise in monetary policy quickly gained recognition. As Deputy Governor, he played a key role in implementing reforms that stabilized the city and modernized Ghana's financial systems. In 2008, the New Patriotic Party took a bold step, selecting Dr. Bawumia, a technocrat with little experience, as President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's running mate. His selection was met with skepticism, but his sharp intellect and connection to ordinary Ghanaians quickly won hearts. The 2012 presidential election result brought controversy, leading to one of Ghana's most pivotal legal battles. As the star witnessed in the NPP's election petition, Dr. Bawumia demonstrated exceptional composure and intellect, earning him the respect of even his critics.
We are dealing with a lot of mislabelings, but in the context of over 11,824 pink sheets which were copied 16 times, with many almost 22,000 because of 2 pages, over almost 500,000 documents. I say that relatively speaking, what you have produced is not that significant.
In 2016, Dr. Bawumia redefined political campaigning in Ghana. His ability to use data, break down economic issues, and propose practical solutions resonated with voters. The Dr. Bawumia's journey hasn't been without challenges. As Vice President, he faced the pressures of an evolving economy, global shocks, and the weight of public expectations. But through it all, he remained focused on long-term solutions. Through this, he championed the implementation of more than 30 policies. Prominent among these is the Gold for Oil. In 2024, the NPP chose Dr. Bawumia as their flag bearer, a historic moment for the party and Ghana. His selection symbolized unity and the nation's readiness for inclusive leadership.
Moments ago, the Electoral Commission of Ghana declared the outcome of the 2023 NPP presidential primary. From the certified result, I was pronounced the winner with 61% of the valid votes cast. I therefore stand here with profound gratitude and humility, having received the greatest honor of my life.
Today, as Ghana looks to the future, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia stands ready to lead. His vision of economic transformation, unity and progress resonates across the country, inspiring hope in millions. This is the story of a leader who rose from humble beginnings to become a beacon of hope. This is the story of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the economist, the statesman, and the people's candidate.
Asidan kwa na mede bremu ye chi Ghana fa na nyina na ne aye me fe ne se obi abɔ ne ho modin say a word for a chairman, the Obia Bomodi. Now, there, deck a secret say, Obio no Aqua NDC Nimino. On call me in Biada. Nanso Tia Casano, and no Aqua join a branch. Nefesh, Mumia Molsam, Emma NDC for you know, Nejma Suna on my. Ni esane mebi sane kome gabi enye bie o nya ba bie gabi enye bie nya bo modern won danya shi ni no ni won ta wo ka ya che mokwa ya ni mokwa ba. We are all tired. Obia so wabre enti JM Victory no ba ejinamene wo so memenda samahu ejinamene wo so memenda na mo ahyem kase se me wa rehyem kase se ye ndisifo ne yenye hufuo ohawa aba omanyi mu no so wo ye abofra afa ni ebe wo de atwen so ye abofra ya wo preko vaccine ya asem why abofra wa primary school fiancy and winya book da etinim de ebe na abofra no odi ko nanim na ne nua pani so so awokodu secondary school no and now ko school 3 weeks and now ba fie 3 months and no ye ko sua o hemfa etimo hu say we ya abofra o we ya bebu no we ya panimo obi anya ne de ne ya won panifo no mu ene say ja onim say ne pension no e was said the ebeye enti osiesie ni sika kakra bibi ya fe cross mi hui le je me ho daachi okoye we nyina wie ya obi so bibi aba e friend no haircut won mo kura no mo de ya ma ahweho kese won ma sum oman kwan paso esesi ade obi enya ne de ye say ya ton ade ne ento say ye free ayento na ni nyina mu say ya mofra say ya bebu na otifie say ya empenifo a wo sanka musika no sankrofo nyina no samo behwo de mani betu forma hwe bia eho na behu say e ma na brekesi me nya no ma mo ha e ma no wo henfa use no wo henfa e mofra de o mini ha o mada asamfo abaako pani edija mo eni daso ho na eni daso ne ye be hyase memenda menim so obi abeba esanye nipa baako na obre said ameka men kasapi men danyeshi barka medam ase bebre medobi as woja ne bibia na oba ha na bibi wutu kwan bia na obi sa ho sei dia odi wanim no tesen yera mahama yehunu da na say yehunu da yeyim so buade yenim so di nokre yenim so njen nko ahu yenim san shisaya odeba no esu obi aso eno ne amambu papa wo ba ya yehu dia wo ye mama yanka ya san mesremo memene da a eye ochinachi ye momodian de o se ne buafu mento abane bio yesi yesrew ubuafu ni ati ase ne mo beto abano de o se o media mento ma NDC da mo kan chance se mride mi a ma mi odende maba mi se obi a metubi e ma yen na normal dania ebeko yen so ama yen nyina. Thank you all very much. Madam Wasi.
Thank you. Let's give it to our mother. Let's show some love. Ladies and gentlemen, now pay. Now pay. Whoa. So.
Hey! 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 Are you ready? The Onapo man is in the house. The Onapo man is in the house. Are you ready for Kwan Kwan? Are you ready for cry? Let me see your heart. Move it in the air. Let's welcome our brother Nasir.
Hey! Hey! Somebody say Yam pranku kwani rangu. Mama. Sawaya bonsamwa mentu nyumnibi. Mama jam. Oside 1 2 go. Oh the asempanabo 24 hours. The victory of Mama. Mama, you are singing anti-monka. The victory of them. Hey, 1 2 go. It's coming again. It's coming again. Rantimpole. Ano enekera. For the moon can't be wrong. Messi, rantimpole. Ano enekera. As a prr. Hey, prr. Aha, prr. That's the final whistle. As a prr. Okay, uncle, come on. 1 2 3 go. Hichetiano. One more time. Hichetiano. Messi, Hichetiano. Dude, are you ready? Are you ready?
A promise of a desperate politician. Many mistakes have been made by countries in Africa already with free SHS.
Let me move on to the free education. For me, it is nothing short of a vote-buying gimmick. That free SHS policy. It does not make sense one bit.
And you say everybody should go to school for free, eat free, no fees. Parents, you don't pay anything. Even the students should come and eat. When she be that? The day I heard it, I said, welcome to the communist utopia. That is it. Even the Soviet Union didn't try to say it.
Year after year, election after election, free SHS became a battleground for political debate. Critics labeled it an empty promise, while others believed it was a necessary step towards social equality and national progress.
About the implementation of free SHS. The DK has and I will share lines since I want me officer. Now I will for a mobile pray and a mobile pet scholarships at the Ama or Mumba Ako school. You see, I buy out the free education by medium GDC Ayadepa.
NDC for what's a 1 person free education, a free SHS. No, what you address? What from me company be some civil society group and address now way in ya any baby no scanny fiber.
Headmistress Matthew, this senior high school now with me variable. If I turn a prayer woman is fair, you need enough classrooms, you need enough dormitories, you need enough teachers, you need enough science resources. To me, part show. It's me,
Headmistress, but all kind of sad, I'm in you. Free senior high school, I have bomb the road, TV, so radio see. And they said, you're okay, better than your mess sweating up.
Ghana, man, associate, and Sana idea fata. Or my Ghana ever die SHS free. While Brian near my among women, it's Timu.
I'm paying for say. In summer, that people, they are not afraid. So, we need Valanda, better than with me.
Despite the opposition, Nana Akufo-Addo remained steadfast. In the 2016 elections, he made free SHS the centerpiece of his campaign once again. This time, the people listened. They chose hope over doubt. In 2017, President Akufo-Addo kept his promise. Free SHS was born, offering every Ghanaian child the opportunity to attend senior high school without the burden of fees.
When I proposed this policy in 2008,
Many were those who said free SHS could not be done. The idea was ridiculed and was described by propagandists as a vote-buying gimmick, even though ironically, it did not win me that election. I was labeled a liar by my opponents, who went on to state that free SHS could only be possible in 20 years' time. Nonetheless, the Ghanaian people were discerning and believed it was possible. By free SHS, we mean that in addition to tuition, which is already free, there will be no admission fees, no library fees, no science center fees, no computer lab fees, no examination fees, no utility fees. There will be free textbooks, free boarding, and free meals.
The impact was immediate. Thousands of students who once faced an uncertain future now had the chance to continue their education. Families once overwhelmed by the cost of school fees finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Moving on to education now, and school authorities at the St. Aquinas Senior High in Accra have threatened to sack final year students who do not pay their fees by Monday, April 27th.
We have threatened the students. I, the headmaster, threatened them that if they do not pay, then in the other way, the best method I can do, the last one is just to get them out of the class.
The school authorities say they are handicapped and fear students may not pay fully their fees before completing the course.
We're owing about 1.3 billion old Ghana cedis. And as of now, we talk about maybe about 20% might have finished paying their fees. And so it means we need to find a way to get the money, because maybe we may be dragged to the Public Accounts Committee for the existing debt that appears in the school.
If you turn a China, I'm over double SS. Don't you over? You're a Kai, come over again. You remember to have you double SS.
2015, in B. Yokumena admission, Yacht Motor, no mere, it's an pay 1,600. In here, 1,000, it's 600 and now, a Wahale.
14 years when I dropped out of school because I was pregnant. That was in the year 2009. I was 14 years by then. So since then, when I had my first child, I was having this desire to go back to school. But because of financial constraint, I was hawking to provide for myself and for my child. So I decided I would go back to school. So as I was preparing, I got pregnant again because I was staying with a man. So I had to drop that desire again and start all over. But along the line, I had the desire that I wanted to go back to school. And unfortunately, I got pregnant the third one. Yes. But after that, I decided I would go to school. So I left the man and I started my life. From there, I started selling to provide for myself and the children. And many people were advising me that I was brilliant, that I should go back to school. So I took the bold step and I went to so-called Bogame MAGHS Form 2. That was 2018. And in 2019, I wrote my BEC and I passed. I was admitted in Maoli School, which was last year. I want to thank the government. I know it's not only me that is going through this, and because of the free SHS, I've come back to school. There are a lot out there. To me, it is a good thing. It is a good thing, and I thank the government.
Yenyanentiese abrante bi ye bi se bisemu asifia no te ye fe no amuani Thomas. Yenyanentiese watro wasi awie amonya 88 wa pass pa. Na ye hwe no ubetumi ahwe no mama.
Mpacha betumi ahwe mama ba na so kwafu.
Oba.
Pacha ai.
Oba otoso ahe.
Mpacha otoso mienu.
Na no kwese wasi no wa pass pa.
Pacha wa pass pa. wa pass pa na media no kureni ya na man static kg enu achi o start middle school wa ha obi teacher for adawroma esua be teacher for middle school teacher for ene primary teacher for ma adawroma na bo ame na mbale timi ko SS no kwa akono kwa no twa fom say minister man be ko school nti
na no nanti fee esu abahana na okọ SS no
onante
okọ SS ben
adesu SS
okay it no nanti fee esu aba eko adesu which is 6 kilometers
empacha o twa fom nsu etokura no nam so ewia gba no nam so say minister bi amman nti am ka jan say ko nya school no kura no so nyai nsu no so obekọ na kura de ko school no nti se me ya ka me ko anka mba ne die nyini se nka SS nko betumi akọ
mame Jesu
nyame obo soro
oba Thomas ni ana
onu no waba
Thomas etisen
bache
no kwese wa pass wasino
bache
unya ahe
bache minya 8 A's
na ye course ben
bache me general
was school ben
bache adisek adesu senior high school
Eyezu Eyeza Ehejo Emefa Hey thank you very much, my brothers and sisters. I've just come hot off the campaign trail in the Ashanti region, and I want to tell you that the people of Ashanti region extend their greetings to all of you, and they say on Saturday you are going to be surprised at what is going to come from Ashanti region. Ezu, my brothers and sisters, my beloved Ghanaians, the time is now. The time to replace fear with hope is now. The time to replace cynicism and disillusionment with courage and determination is now. The time to replace poverty and insecurity with solid development and safety for all is now. The time to restore the economic fortunes of Ghana is now. Ladies and gentlemen, the time to reset our country, Ghana, is now. Saturday's election is not just another election. It is a defining moment for our nation. It is a choice between the Ghana we have today and the Ghana we want together. A Ghana of opportunity, prosperity, and justice for all. Our young people deserve to live in a Ghana where their voices are heard and their dreams can become reality. The working people of Ghana deserve decent, sustainable jobs that enable them to care for their families and live with pride. And I mean well-paying jobs. People in the public sector deserve recognition for their merit. They also deserve stability, predictability, and good working conditions. Our entrepreneurs deserve a free and fair market where their ingenuity and industry can thrive. Women and girls deserve true equality, safety, and the chance to reach their full potential. And every Ghanaian deserves leadership that puts the people first, that fights corruption, and that builds a nation we can all be proud of. My comrades and friends, this is why I'm committed to building a stable, safe, and viable 24-hour economy that creates opportunities for millions of jobs to be created. I am committed to implementing economic measures to fight inflation and make food more affordable for all Ghanaian households. And this is why I'm committed to running the leanest government in our country's history, with no more than 60 ministers and deputy ministers of state. And also a low number of political appointees, and cutting out wasteful government spending and scrapping the payment of ex gratia. And this is why I'm committed to waging a relentless war on corruption. Operation Return All the Loot. This operation will be implemented with dedicated zeal to retrieve the stolen monies and properties for our country's development and for the benefit of our young people. I'll fight corruption to restore integrity and fairness, which are two critical ingredients missing from the governance of Akufo-Addo and Bawumia. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why I'm committed to empowering women and ensuring that they are no longer treated as second-class citizens in their own nation. The stature of my able vice presidential candidate, soon to be the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, and our plan to set up a Women's Development Bank to support the establishment of more women-owned businesses and our traders from tabletop to large-scale businesses are all practical demonstrations of that commitment we have. My fellow Ghanaians, I cannot do this alone. Your vote is your voice. Your vote is your power. And your vote is the key to unlocking a better future for the people of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to take action on Saturday. This is not a decision we can leave for another time. It is not a decision we can leave for another election or another generation. This is our moment, and the time is now to bring about the change we need in order to reset Ghana. We need to reset our democracy, to reset our governance, to reset our economy, to reset our finances, reset our agriculture, reset our infrastructure, environment, reset our health and education sectors, and everything else that we hold dear as Ghanaians. The vision to build the Ghana we want is a collective responsibility. And so let us vote on Saturday to reject despair and to choose hope. Let us vote to reject impunity and choose respect. Let us choose hard-working and trustworthy leadership. My comrades, Ghanaians are going to hold us to a higher standard than they have held the NPP. And I want to remind you once again that there is no use fighting for political power if we would come and commit the same atrocities that they have inflicted on the people of Ghana these last 8 years. My brothers and sisters, Ghanaians are going to put their trust in us on December 7th, but we must prove ourselves worthy of that trust. The change we are all looking for starts with you, and I promise you that we will work together to be able to put our country back on its feet. December 7th is just 2 days away, and I encourage all of you to vote for John Mahama, and I'll make you all proud of the Ghana that we are going to build together. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you to vote wisely, and I want to caution the NPP administration and to caution our security services and the military and the entire body of people who are in charge of supervising this election. I urge you to resist the nefarious actions that some people are planning. To the people of Ghana, the National Democratic Congress will go to the polling stations with you. Together, we will police and courageously protect our votes and resist all attempts to steal them. Minyanum, me pese me damu nyina ase. The executives nyina omo constituencies no and our regional executives, branch executives. Ghana fo nyina ye share omo abra ye ba campaign ewo munkro anase mompeso aso awa tu sronko a modeje ye no nyame enhira mu nyina emrena so se ye fa hudia etosu mienu 7 December eba na emrena so se osuma ne dabre eye enwrem a oba krom a wabese ye bibia emrena so sesa osono no ye pam no na osanko baby ofi baaye osanko enwrem ezu minanum me kachre mo se NPP fo ankasa omo apaba NPP fo ankasa eye omo ferie ni Nana Akufo-Addo ene bawumia aban abeye omo ensusu se ni ana omo kanina na eye entro ena omudi enti omo ankasa omo abamabu enti NPP fo bebre me na me ka kire mo mimi da ebe 7 December Ghana nyina na beto aba na abato a ye beto no enye NDC ni floating voters nkwa NPP fo di bi ebe voti ama NDC sada no ezu eza efise nia eya me nafofo e wo sa party mu e ka kire me kokwam ene se President Mahama Akufo-Addo ni baomia omo government yi agu ye party hu fi agu ye party enimase enti Kenya ho na ko okunden na ma ye party no enko opposition efrise ye pese ye ko opposition na nipa kakra omaje ye party aboso no ye je ye party efri omonsem ni esiesie ye party ni biom ansani abepre abatu obiom Ezu Eza Enfie Watri Anana Akufo-Addo Ene Bawumia Abeje Oman no Ensema Omoka 2016 Ene Woka ni Omoka ye na Oka ne se ni Omoka ye no na Omobuefu na enye me na meka ye enye NDC for ne kan Omo akasa obi amfa sika nto omokom so Omoka ni Omoka no Ghana yeye mobododo Ghana nye hiamai yeti sika so eso come there one kan me Nana Akufo Jack Toronto ne kan Ezu Eza Teachers are suffering, nurses are suffering, and farmers are suffering. Policemen are suffering, doctors are suffering, and everybody is suffering. Mina bekai, omo adeka umasem. You can do all the propaganda with the economy you like. If the fundamentals are weak, the exchange rate will expose you. Ezu Eza Samreno na omundi omaino soda. Nti na omodwe se eyemre. Omo hwe se nia yebu omaino eko ana enioma eko so. Na omodwe se da fom. Na maybe me ka se trade fair me ka kire omo. Me say, hey, Moshe Senya, ye nyoma, ye jumei. Mundi president down. And the Mamon Jane say, ye easy, ubi abeti mi aye. Na nyamincha de. Nyamide, oyenwa agwagwade. If we say, 2016, Obeka say, ye call abatwa ye din kugono na nyame empe asem enso ene be hwe machira a odi to mi ne hye omonsa ene sebe omoto adadi ne ombe ya na omaye no bibia ya mbeka ho manati Ghana ha nyina bebia mekobia ahemfu nyina omo se na mo ye kwan baby amuja eno ehwa na aka na music school dan baby amuja eno ehwa na aka na mo twekania baby amuja eno ehwa na aka na mo mayesio baby amuja eno ehwa na aka Ezu Eza na 16 regions ningi na amako ahefo Asofo, Imamfo, Amanfo nyina 16 regions nyina obia je tumuse abatwa yebetui nyame adawrmanti Yesu adawrmanti inshallah NDC bedin kunim meme da ebe Ezu Eza Asofo any imam po nyina bompa ye eba NDC sa yendi kunim wa batodum na minim se nyame etie ompa ebo na kunim de nso be ye dia nyame adumti Ezu Enso mini anom baby bebre amako obi ase president mama ye beto ama enso yesreo boy ya ba no ho ban na dia me ka kire omo ne se aba ye nyina beto no ye nyina ene bebo ho ban enti baby amako bi ama ka kire Ghana fo se woto aba na wotu ya se woni bibia ya wo de nante ho se wo bibia wo de ko na ekobo 5 asambra na be hwe se ne be kan aba no wo video camera twa wo camera twa yenyina ene be bie yeni se ne be ya bato ne be ya frenchim ezu moi yeyi mo se mo kotna abato na no your party agents, branch executives, ward coordinators, musika yedi chiamo, yedi komu regions into obia ebenyane die into obia enye jumade senebeya yebebo abato no hoban. Afi we die ye naye ye to abani ya ye nyina ye na kopem se yebebo results no na Madam Jean Mensah Ebeka said, I wish to declare the winner of the 2024 presidential election and is the candidate of the NDC, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Ezu Enyami adom ebebam abamu ewie Ezu Eza manyane ntiye se omo starte chiche sika ejuma ani efe ne MBSSI senya omo ye no 2020 no omo ashasi biom omo fankrofo mobile phone numbers ena omo de sika etum na me de ne ameka ne se obia utibe ye asa sika no beba bedo wo mobile so anase ye beba be kan ahye wonsa mesrew eye wo fifre sika eye wo bre sika sa sika no je na ye den na di enso wo koto aba kai ense wo twe a ohia achewo kai ahochira wonamu kai ejuma wonye binye kai ye sika sema asai na koto aba pa ema NDC minadum iya ina maza da mata ina ge da kuduka ranar asabar za mu jefa kuriya ku yankuri don Allah ku tuna wahalan da mun bi cikin sakarunga a cikin Ghana da Bunya da Akufo-Addo ke duban Ghana idan za mu jefa kuriya mu tuna wahalan da mun yi mu tuna nyuwan da ya ji mu sai mu je mu jefa kuriyar mu ba NDC yanda ake ce cikin wakan nan sun yi me sun yi failing don su yi me su zo su kwashe kayansu ce sai umar faili on bai su sa mu nyoma kowa ya sani a lokacin NDC musulmai da zongoni muna samu cin gaba don shi mu duka za mu jefa kuryanmu mu ba NDC saboda NDC ta zo ta rage kudin haji mu duka mu samu mu je Maka mu je mu yi sallah ezu yau idan za ka haji kudin da ana karban ya zama $4,550 NDC ya zo za mu yanka $1,000 mu yare mu yi shi $3,500 yanda da ike lokacin NDC minyanum ene sekta monika sa oko meka omojinu sika $4,500 be 75,000. Na dollar so enkosoro. See the mom na apeja. Enti ye de nyame ya adom minim so be ya adom so. NDC ba sa sika na omoje for maka no ye bete aba from ye be $1,000 free so. Na asamba $3,500 send na net here abra NDC wo ho. Ezu eza danwa yena iya yena maza da mata zamu kara muku holiday guda akan Idul Fitr holiday na saboda waransu na kwance su yi sallah yau sai waransu su yi sallah gobe amma holiday na guda kede ne don shi za mu kara guda saboda an yi sallah yau a samu ranar futawa an yi sallah gobe a samu ranar futawa ezu inye bime min ganye fe wala ke 7 December ni ba ọba for shiki ni NPP Bawumia Akufo-Addo noni ake wo fe asomwa alakawo nona ake fe anye afe ni agbeneke okwega na mefe won pi homonye wo NDC yo ake homonye wo no mi aho ke ohe komi 1 CD ni Chiagbene 5 CDs ni namo wo fe wole ake homoni ake eyewo mene ni homoyewo wa adienche ewo wo ba fo wo shiki koni NDC abasama ni wo telegana kegme back on his feet. Madam nyina say na ye fa hudia etoso mienu na ebe abato a ye betu ye dachi abato na ebeto enne katase hye proye ajiga na ha nyina Abraham ye mampanyi national service ye beto say na omudi dini bi aka ho ena omu yesika no ye ma BNI ekoye nhwem a ye pam national service officers 110 ye yomo ewe djumam ebi mu ye de omu kogina court a chese na asem no wo court enne mekotia ye senya ye kon etia ye no Akufo-Addo ne Bawumia asa de aba national service for Munti Omuka by 6 months allowances. And so much be a gumu as some and a woman. Bosumi Bia Muyi says Ikano. Bosumi Bia, say Omunya 28 million Ghana cedis. Bosumi Bia. Adeng. Namudi says Ikana Koshisha Mompase. Namokwani Mwebusia. Enenya hofaso hwe airport amisi ye airport ni nyina yesi ye $250 million terminal 3 na modi e-gate per ebesi ho a e-gate no bo exchange terminal 3 ni nyina ezu na munim at the frontier Akufo-Addo ataso se opese Bawumia ebeje akonya no ebe se opese obekata neto se na be ya ombenya asumdwe no makodi omsika enso embasoda tweda mponyankopo nim se NDC ene beba na ye banso asika omu awie nyina japade a Ghana for Japadia or Mafum. Ye bedi o mechi ni aje ade asa de abema Ghana for. Ezu we are moving from production to taxation to production. And Ghana, and I get to outdoors to check Africa. 1890 say, Yaba, you let me cast a moment to know. You pay for her. Ezu. Emaburu, Metie Musufre, Mobetin tax, no so, you pay for her. Ezu. COVID levy, you pay for her. Eza Emreda so na yenim say ye nua no de emre bia abato ebeba on pese omu wiem enti ya nya ntie na me pese isi ebusa omo ho eye den na NPP enya printing plates na ye de printing ballot papers any registers are omo printing omo ade. And now I know can say I say hoy ya take care bium ballot papers there and your womb. And now omo ya say omo beje kano. It is our station of Sawo hoy. We release this car na. Nyabe adom nearby ye no bedi. Into the chekano nenjina hwa e wo machi sakano. Ezu enti ne chatwo. Mesre ya bambo for ya police for any electoral commission for Mungu Ghana mobo na ejuma omeyi muse monkoye no yesremo munye ejuma no frenchem senebeya ni Ghana for pe no eno enebeye ho enti mesremo omo be hwa abato no so omo hwe no munye ejuma yie mimi da yeko Obia hwehwe chinie no men koka say o hwehwe number 8 because about Accra no ye ntro number bia wo so enti ne obe hwehwe ani chinie no na wo chinie na de ukokromoti na wo de abo enkidumo na wo de team ballot paper no so ezu wo de ukokromoti team ballot paper no so wia na what the entumago eda ho no ana tissue no now they are papa okokromoti ni ye se na be ya ink no be wo ansa no asa Socrates num enya sa se ink na wo na okosom na ekọ team baby foforo a ene wa ba na sei enti papa okokromoti ni ye ansa no aso Socrates no abobo na odi akotum enti 7 December enye yin na abeto aba NPP for ni bi na omo pese omo dada Ghana for say ebi beto saadai saadie na sankrofo ni ye no it's a crime, it's a criminal offense na minim say omo party was so nti omo nya omo hwe but criminal offense any expiry date NDC ba na bi ni sankrofo no omo yes ano ye be che omatum In Ghana's law, it is a crime to mislead voters. It is there in the law. Into Pia or yes, Serbia, any Pia or Bay Serbia, NDC bar, Yabecho Maso. Ezu, Eza, Eti, Minanum, Emse, Madame Wase. Mumubia, Mubaye, Yabi Shramo, Moko Tieswa, Yabe Enfamoko Asumdremo. Na asempa mwate wo ha no momfa nko bebia Ghana ha bebia na kache obia se obia enhye ne sapo musuo ebe se emre na ba emre na so memenda ebe nyame adom Ghana ebe to aba na nyame bekasa nyame bekasa ebedru anajofa kasa yebete ewo Ghana ha ene se nyame adom NDC edinkunim ewo abatonum medamo ase nyame na metwa to okra medana na jena se medana mosquito ase e general secretary omunyina ya ye jumaden bosom n9 ye 9 ye home enso ni na nyame ebeshira so ama ni ada ya kuma so no ayeye ni etwa to okra medofo Lordina ono so medana se ezu ono so abua campaign ne papa wo hwe maternity ward baako biansa fefefe a wesi amankrofo enu ya okoho hohoi ekobie renovated health center Lordina Jamishrao na mienwie ne kofie na eja menka nyaka masum yemode. Bye bye. Thank you. Safe journey to all of you.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you.
Papa did I come? You break your heart with doctor. Me I take up. I want to pass on second. Papa did I come? You break your heart with doctor. Me I like up. I want to pass on second. I know they care what they say. Anything I go pay. Over and over again. I know they care what they say. Anything I go pay. I go love you over and over and over and over again. God to the song. Hey.
Hey, Bra Kwame, how are we voting in this election?
Oh, this year I'm not voting. NDC and NPP have failed us. Who is the savior?
The savior is independent candidate George Chumberry Medu. George Chumberry Medu is bringing e-Sika to give every Ghanaian welfare, housing, and pension. Agric for wealth will make farmers and fishermen rich. And domestic direct investments will create local investors whose profits will stay in Ghana. Also, district contracts for the youth will see to it that developmental projects in the district will be contracted to the youth in the district to empower them financially. The Ghana First within cost and the 4-day work week will bring development to Ghana.
This is refreshing. Ghanaians are good news. This year, let's change our hands and vote well because Ghana needs a fresh breath.
Vote George Chumberry Medu for president. Number 11 on the ballot.
It's daybreak here on your election command center.
Election Command Center. Facts, analysis, results.
It is the time for giving at ShopRite with low prices on everything you need to make this festive season extra special. From toys for the little ones, bakery treats and delicious rolls, you will save more on deals like Shawaya full chicken for only 79 cedis, 99 pesos worth, and Crystal Valley UAG full cream milk for just 29 cedis, 99 pesos each. Give more with our low prices. ShopRite. Lower prices you can trust always.
Imagine walking into a store with a wish list and knowing you will be breaking the bank with those needed items.
And I'm Aisha Yakubu Khalid.
Right, so tonight we're going to take you live to the University of Ghana Sports Complex, where the New Patriotic Party is holding its final rally. We're told the President, Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is speaking, and we're going to be taking you there shortly. As you may be aware, the National Democratic Congress has just ended its own. So we'll take you live to the University of Ghana Sports Complex right now to listen to the President.
If you are already a one term, the only one-term president in the Fourth Republic. That's all I say. But if your experience is the experience of failure, what is the use of that experience to the people of Ghana? If your experience is the experience of failure, what use is that to the people of Ghana? And the master Tetia, the servo, Memendabay, Bobiadi hymno, Bobiadi hymno. Yakubosa, any Panamay. Uku Bamwadi and Kata Sawansa, Ubre Kata, as nobody else know the war. But we are for you somebody tell now we have to be a cat now for number 3, number 4, number 5, number 7, number 8, number 9, number 10, number 1 of one. That's all it is. Look about the answer. Now they see what Parliament. Everybody now opposition speaker, officer or hard do what Parliament. Now, the several years that's out for 40 years. NPP Parliamentary candidates. What is it? Tomorrow, one more Parliament. Ghana, on Saturday, we're going to be voting about the future development of our country. Or the Baba and the fact they know the bill so about the cow, that's the person we're looking for. Somebody who has a program for the future of our country. Somebody who understands what are the geopolitics and the strategies of this 21st century. The biggest task before every country in the world is how to master the fourth industrial revolution. The first industrial revolution, we in Africa, we missed out. On the contrary, we were exempted. We missed out the second. We missed out the third. We cannot afford to miss the fourth industrial revolution. And God has gifted us, Ghana, a leader who understands what it takes to succeed with the fourth industrial revolution. We have a man who has a clear idea of how digital technology, artificial intelligence is going to help us lead our development forward. We should not miss this opportunity. We should not miss this opportunity. We should not miss, especially you, the young people whom I see so many of you before us. We are looking for somebody who has a clear plan for our country. Or somebody is going to come and talk to us about the 24-hour economy. When you ask him, what does it mean? Oh, I say it's voluntary. It's voluntary. What's the government policy? It's voluntary. What do you do that?
government policy. Our policy. Impan up there. Impan offer. Impan so offer. But where your policy? Where your policy? Everyone to the BBC so. All now was a second. 24-hour. To Michelle, sir. 4 solid years in our country. Yes. We couldn't keep the lights on for 12 hours a day. How are you going to guarantee us a 24-hour economy when you couldn't keep the lights on for 12 hours a day? Go for it, get it. I convert. I don't go for it. Where anybody is more than where anybody is more than it is the development of our country which is at stake. These last 8 years, we have seen some unprecedented developments in our country. The expansion of our infrastructure in all areas, road infrastructure, educational infrastructure, our health infrastructure, our IT infrastructure. We're seeing amazing leaps. And all these achievements that were done under my government, beside me, on my right hand, was Mahamadou Bawumia, who enabled us to make these achievements. Free senior high school policy. Some people said we couldn't do it. We needed 12. We need to add this one. We needed 20 years before we could have free senior high school. 7 million young Ghanaians have benefited from the policy. When I came, the school population was 800,000 in senior secondary school. Today, it's 1.6 million in senior. 1.6 million in senior school. Not only have we broadened the access, we have also improved the quality. Last year, the waxy results of the senior high school students in Ghana were the best in the history of the examination. The best. We have a political leader whose concept of policy is reviewing and cancelling, reviewing and cancelling. Reviewing policy is not policy. Cancelling policy is not policy. Policy is a positive statement of what you are going to do, not what you are going to cancel, not what you are going to review. But we know one thing. This man's hostility to the free senior high school concept has been consistent right from the beginning up to today. And we know that if we make the mistake of giving him power, that policy is going to be cancelled. Are we prepared to see this? Are we prepared to see that policy being cancelled in Ghana? In the same way, the expansion of our health infrastructure. When we unveiled the policy of Agenda 111, we said, oh, it was organized by. I said, what do you do that? Only party, money, any Yezu, Yaza, Yaza. and the Ansa and then you know Asante our Western region, our Hunter West. The first three, I said number three. If you all the you and son 7 the mean to me the meaning said Muhammadu Bawumia Oba so across the length and breadth of our country and of our society and economy, the things that we have done to reshape the future of our country, those things will be at risk if we don't make the right decision tomorrow on Saturday in Ghana. Fellow Ghanaians are back. The third thing I want to say tonight, Miss Remy, Mobia, and for about to embassy in the India bro. Obia, let's show me ding, a world right to vote, Miss Remy, Munina, Namu Koto Mwaba, Namu Tuabaruso, and Muhammadu Bawumia. I'm the Casa Banu. I am about Pussy and Rat. Emma Rahu Bigre. Now, and then the social media were Watson and the Babu in the Casa. That's what Sassy is. Man can once a madame. Me and the young man penny, and the Casa, okay, and our woman, you know, a sea of Ghana. There's a priest who is a close, intimate partner, colleague of John D. Mahama. Yesterday, he asked the people of Ghana that we should not vote for Bawumia because Bawumia is a Muslim. I'm amazed at a man of God who is supposed to be tolerant and love all humanity can make such a statement. I take it to be a sign of the desperation in the quarters of the NDC that now they're resorting to religious provocation to be able to get their candidate. The catch of so only papa bika Emma do penwa more on fat and tatani pepe more and by the more Ghana your we don't want any divisions of ethnic or religious ground. First zone, that means you vote for yeah. Narrow party, Akam party. Mahama Shaka Bawumia, Tony Bekasa, Obeto NPP can be me and Sando Tuluni Nakasa. So he said NPP for FM Manager. And so he's me, and me. Now, and now. This is me, Mukramoni, Ababa Yakendi. Mutisa Mahama Kase, Onana, Momina, Numbo, and Mamma, Ganesa. Then you have book, Very rarely does John Mahama respond to me. But today, I'm going to ask him a simple question. Is he going to repudiate what the priest said? Or does he agree with what the priest said? He should let the people of Ghana know whether or not he agrees with what this priest said or whether he opposes it. If he opposes it, which he should, if he's a Ghanaian statesman with what he seems to be, he should come out and say, ono dia nyasa ena yenaje no bia hu se ampa opani ono sai kase enya kasa e sonemi baba to aba be yidi na konyo amatrase oba be traso o meti misramo now, upward trajectory of our country, our economy, after all the difficulties we have been through, today is in a much stronger position than it was when Mahama was in office. Our economy today is in a much stronger position. The rates of growth that we have today is much stronger than anything that took place in Mahama's time. So we are on an upward trajectory. Don't let us elect people who are going to send us back to difficulties. Onyakupo Islamunya. On said Islamunya. Now, Brenadu. Samesume Baba Fred. The Candinia. Odia Baba Koyenim. The president of Ghana for the future of our country. The man who is going to take Ghana to the next level of its development, Mahamadou Bawumia, my worthy vice president, who is going to be my worthy successor.
Beautiful Samira. The incoming vice president, my running mate, Apu and his beautiful wife. All protocol observed. Kukudu! 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 I want to thank God Almighty for this day and for the signal of the showers of blessings that He has given to us as we go to Saturday for our election. I have been on the campaign trail pretty much for the last year. I have visited 276 constituencies across the country. Broad representation of the people. I've met the chiefs, I've met the pastors, I've met the imams, I've met the Zongo chiefs as well. I have met the artisans, I have met the nurses and doctors, the disabled. Is that if we all, on December 7th, on Saturday, if we all get up and go to the polling station and vote by midnight on December 7th, we will all hear that the NPP has won the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election. Today, we will win the presidential election and we will win the parliamentary majority because of the good work that we have done as a party.
I want to thank God because I am standing on the shoulders of great men. I want you to give a standing ovation to these great men, former President J. Kufuor and President Nana Akufo-Addo. These are our two presidents we have produced as the new patriotic party, and they have performed marvelously. I am standing on their shoulders, and I hope to benefit from all that they have done and their advice also going forward. They can say, and I am lucky to have two opinions who are going to advise me. The reason why we are going to win this election is because of the work that we have done, the achievements of this government, and our vision going forward. This election is a clear choice between the future and the past. My opponent represents the past, and I, Dr. Naumia, represents the future of this country. So, the choice that we have on Saturday as we go to vote is whether we want to go forward into the future or backwards into the past. Yekoenin anase yesayichi. Muna take about ko muna zobaya. Gaba kobaya. Tiechamla toni beti alamla nyanga. Tiechamla toni beti alamla nyanga. We in the NPP, the work that we have done is underpinned by a mindset of possibilities. We believe in possibilities. We believe it is possible to transform this country into an advanced nation. And we have been living by this. Not many people thought it was possible to do national health insurance, but President Kufuor did it. Not many people thought we could do free maternal care, but President Kufuor did it. Not many people thought we could do school feeding, but President Kufuor did it. This is about possibilities and a mindset of possibilities. When my opponent came into office, can you remember one policy, that initiative that he implemented in 8 years? 8 years. What did he implement? Was it Jumso or was it a confirm? He could not come out with any policy initiative affecting the whole country. One initiative. So the choice is simple. Are we going into the future with a mindset of possibilities, or are we going into the past with a mindset of Nkoko Ikiti? And sometimes it is important to remind ourselves, because we are a problem-solving government. And Nana Akufo-Addo over the last 8 years has demonstrated this superbly. We have been solving problems. When we came into office and many people could not send their children to senior high school, we said free senior high school education for everyone. We have solved that problem. 5.7 million children are going. But what is even more important, when we came into office, there were more boys than girls in senior high school. For every 100 boys, we had 68 girls. Today, there are more girls than boys in senior high school. And as the president said, their performance has dramatically increased. The core 6 subjects of WACC, the pass rate in 2016 was 24%. Last year it was 64%. And the top 3 students in the whole of West Africa in the WACC exam last year, number 1, number 2, number 3, all came from Ghana. All came from Ghana. I therefore was not surprised, but I was pleasantly surprised when the data ranking the 54 African countries by quality of education. There were 54 countries. 2 weeks ago, the data came out. Ghana is number 2 in the whole of Africa in terms of quality of education. Number 2 in the whole of Africa. Tunisia is number 1. Ghana is number 2 in the whole of Africa. We have not left it at free SHS. We've brought free technical and vocational education. We have invested 6 billion Ghana cedis over the last 7 years in technical and vocational education, the highest of any government since independence. We have restored the teacher training allowances that were cancelled. We have restored the nursing training allowances that were cancelled. In the area of healthcare, we have seen dramatic improvement. Major investment in health infrastructure, hospitals. We are seeing major hospitals that we are working on, even excluding Agenda 111. And the president has started commissioning the Agenda 111, and I will continue to commission them all the way into next year. There is no government in the history of Ghana that has invested more in health infrastructure than the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government. No government. None. When we came into office, Ghana had just 37 ambulances, the whole of Ghana, and we said 1 constituency, 1 ambulance. Today we have 307 ambulances in the National Ambulance Service. We had major problems with the National Health Insurance. It was collapsing. It was reverting to cash and carry. We have paid most of their debts, and diseases that were not covered under National Health Insurance, we have brought them in. Childhood cancer is now covered by National Health Insurance. Sickle cell disease, the drug hydroxyurea, is now covered by National Health Insurance. And since December 1st, just a few days ago, Ghana is now providing free kidney dialysis under National Health Insurance. We have brought many initiatives to bear. We have issued the Ghana card. President Kufuor passed the NIA Act in 2008. 8 years of the Mahama administration, they couldn't issue the Ghana card. And when we came into office, the president asked me to champion the issue of the Ghana card. And today, we have issued the Ghana card to our citizens. We have done, when we came into office, Ghana did not have a working address system. You had to use landmarks by the tree, by the blue house for directions in many places. Today, we have implemented the digital property address system, and you can find anywhere in Ghana, any location in Ghana. Ghana, our own Ghana, is the second country in the whole world to implement a digital property address system. We have solved a major problem. We have brought in mobile money interoperability. Today, Ghana has done something no other African country has done. We have made our domestic payment system totally interoperable. Your Momo account today is working like a bank account. When I said that with Momo interoperability, everybody will have a bank account, my opponents never understood it. They talked about brick and mortar bank account. I'm talking about digital bank accounts. Digital bank accounts. Today, with what we have done with mobile money interoperability, in the whole of Africa, it is only Ghana that has complete domestic payments interoperability. Only Ghana. And we have 100% access to financial inclusion. Today, we have brought drones to help in the delivery of medical services, blood to help in the delivery of vaccines and drugs. And today, our drones, we have 6 centers for medical drones, and they are delivering medicines to 2,700 hospitals and health facilities across Ghana. Today, Ghana, our own Ghana, is the whole world, the leading medical drone delivery service in the whole world. The whole world. We are leading. In the area of agriculture, we came up with the Planting for Food and Jobs program. The Planting for Food and Jobs program is one of the most successful agricultural programs that we have implemented in this country. We have more than doubled the rate of growth in agriculture, and we have increased food security in Ghana. You see the whole of Africa. We have 54 countries. The countries with the most food security, or if you rank the countries by food security, Ghana is number 3 in Africa, and out of the 54 countries, number 3 in Africa in terms of food security. South Africa is number 1, Kenya is number 2, and Ghana is number 3. It shows that we have done something right. When you come to the macro economy, what is clear is that notwithstanding the challenges we've had, we have performed better than the government of John Dramani Mahama across. We have grown the economy more than him. Overall GDP growth is higher. Agricultural growth under us is higher. Industrial growth is higher. If you look at the budget deficit, ours is lower. You look at the primary balance, ours is lower. You look at gross international reserve, ours is higher. You look at exchange rate depreciation, ours is lower. Ours is lower. Sometimes they don't even understand the data. Do the math and you see that notwithstanding the problems we've had in the global economy and our exchange rate depreciation at 72% over 8 years is lower than your 74% over 8 years. Don't worry. We have created more jobs than he has. He was creating unemployment. We were creating jobs. We have kept the lights on. Trouble. So when it comes to the macro economy, it is night and day. We have done better across. Then when you look at infrastructure, we have done almost too much, isn't it? We have done more roads than his government, isn't it? We have built more airports than his government, more interchanges than his government, more hospitals than his government, more schools than his government, more courts than his government, more fish landing sites than his government, more public libraries than his government, more fiber optic cable than his government, more sanitation facilities than his government, more longer infrastructure than his government, more infrastructure for the military, the navy, and the army, and the police than his government. So there is not one area, one in infrastructure, one that he can compete with us. Not one across all the sectors. The data is clear. So, when he said the performance of his government was better than ours, I said to him, if you believe that, then come for a debate, one-on-one. Let us show whether it's the case or not. Come for a debate. Come for a debate. When you come for a debate, you cannot come and say Eyesu and go away. I'll pin you down with the facts and data. I'll pin you down with the facts and data. I will pin you down. When I told him to come, Osuro, Ojani to some Kukon Kitty, Ojani. So, on what basis does John Mahama want to come back? What is the basis? You cannot say you've done better in education, not in healthcare, not in agriculture, not in infrastructure, not in digitalization. Maybe you have done better in Dumso, I confirm, and then Kokon, that's it. We want a government that is going to move this country into the fourth industrial revolution. I have many initiatives that I am bringing. I want Ghana to move away from a dependence on oil and gas to solar power. Solar power. Solar power. We are going to bring down the cost of electricity by 50%, and we are going to do it by moving to solar power. We are going to move to electric vehicles in public transportation. We have started to do the pilot. By moving to electric vehicles, we are going to bring down the cost of public transport by 50% to everybody. We are bringing down the cost of public transport. We are going to leverage the private sector of this economy economy to create jobs. The private sector holds the key to our wealth creation and prosperity. I am going to make sure that at least 3% of GDP, that is 30 billion Ghana cedis, is ceded to the private sector from the public sector to create jobs for our economy. Choboli, I am going to bring a flat tax regime to Ghana. A flat tax regime for our imports, a flat tax regime for our incomes. And that will make it very, very easy for tax collection and understanding compliance and so on. So Ghana will have, by the grace of God, a flat tax regime next year. To make sure we all start on a clean slate, I'm bringing in a tax amnesty for all businesses and individuals next year so that we move. The transformation of this country cannot be done without railway infrastructure. We, in the first 8 years, we have been focusing a lot on our roads. I am going to bring in the required investment to build our railway infrastructure. Accra, Kumasi, Paga, Kumasi, Takrade, Ejusu, Eduade, Awasu, Ninahene, Eduade. We are going to do all those railways that create jobs for this country. We are also going to enter into the decade of housing. We are going to address the decade of housing. We are going to build houses just like Singapore did with private sector capital. And I'm going to move. Look, let me tell you one thing. State Housing Corporation, during President Mahama's term of office, state housing, they built only 12 houses. 12. During our term, we have built over 1,000 houses in state housing. When you go to Tema Development Corporation, TDC, during Mahama's period, they built 0 housing. 0. During our period, TDC has built over 1,000 houses. So, when I tell you that we are going to go into a decade of housing, I know what I'm talking about. We are going to go into a decade of housing to leverage on the private sector to build housing. And housing means jobs, carpenters, masons, electricians, plumbers, windows people, roofers, a lot of jobs to all our people. So we are in the digital world, and I want to provide the youth digital skills. I want to train at least 1 million youth of Ghana in digital skills. They can stay here in Ghana, work in America, work in Canada, work in Singapore, work in the UK, work in Australia, right from here in Ghana. We are in the digital world. You will get digital skills. We have many policies that we have put in our manifesto. Of course, I cannot put all of them out here tonight, but I have been talking about them. One key policy is the credit scoring system. The credit scoring system. We are going to change Ghana with this credit scoring system. Today, if you finish school, you are working, everything you have to buy is cash. Everything is cash. We have introduced a credit scoring system, and very soon we will be buying things from next year and be paying small, and everybody will see an increase in their standard of living. This is a major policy that we are bringing. You are also going to see, as we go forward, under my government, all persons with disability will go for university and tertiary education for free. All persons with disability will go for tertiary education for free under my government. to transform this country, move it to another level. As we go on Saturday to make the choice is between the former president who represents the past and myself. You should ask yourself, who can better unite this country? Who can better unite the diversity of this country? Who can bring innovative ideas to propel Ghana into the fourth industrial revolution? Who has the integrity? Who has the integrity to fight corruption in this country? Who has the integrity to fight corruption in this country? Who has the compassion for the disabled, for the vulnerable, for the sick in our society? Who cares about the needy? Who can protect free senior high school education? Who can protect free SHS? Who can protect teacher training allowances? Who can protect nursing training allowances? To our Zongo communities. You should mull all these questions and ask yourself, who will work very hard and selflessly for the people of Ghana? Who will work very hard and selflessly for the people of Ghana? Who can protect our natural resources? Who can protect our natural resources? If you ask yourselves all these questions, there is only one answer, and that answer is number one. Is number one. Is number one. Is number one. That answer is clearly Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. And that answer is clearly the NPP parliamentary candidates in all our constituencies. Number one. I don't need a honeymoon. I don't need a honeymoon. I know what I want to do from day one. The presidency. Give me the chance to transform this nation. I have my own. I'm going to build splendid record and transform Ghana and propel Ghana and unleash the forces of the private sector in Ghana to bring in the investment to transform this country. So it's number one. 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 It's number one. Trouble. Mabisi. Tidabai, Nia Panganga, Molaya Zayina, Asibradari, Katuvoti, Elvoti number one, NT, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the NPP Jintoro, Lamba Constituency Maza. Iya Namazada Mata Jama, Salam Alaikum. Naso, Land Asibra, Kufita, Kuzo, Kuvote, Kubai, Dr. Bawumia, number one. Number one. Mistrobia said, Yam Ina Yamba police station, Miminda. Dayan to Apanu boom and man number one. Number one. Number one. Number one. Number one. Yamina say, Yamusha.
Deep in the heart of Ghana, in the northern regional capital of Tamale, a young boy was born with a vision. Little did anyone know that this boy would grow up to become a trailblazer in Ghanaian politics